Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of Big Apple Hockey. We are back to our regular format this week, not just sitting around and waiting for guys to sign forever. Anthony, remember that 6 hours? We were like dying by the time that was happening.
Yeah.
Oh, dear God. All right, everybody. I, of course, am your host, Mark Williams, and I am joined by the man who keeps on trying to find a free agent for the Islanders to sign, Mr. Anthony Larocco.
Yeah. Listen, no activity there from Lou, but you gotta wonder about Nazem Kadri with how silent things have been and how they've been linked to him.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of talk about Nazem Kadri, so just stay tuned for that. By the way, Anthony, what are you wearing right now?
I'm a fan of retro, so I picked up this little bench clearers tank, Vancouver Canucks. So, yeah.
See, I like that one better than the Orca, obviously. I know why they have the Orca. It was from Orca Entertainment, but it's just
these jerseys are beautiful. They should go back to this full time. I think that when they've worn them on retro night, it looks stunning. The jerseys on the ice. So,
well, I mean, that goes without saying for me, because after all, I got to see it in 1994, and that's still one of my favorite memories. I, on the other hand, am wearing one of our prototypes for Big Apple Hockey. So hopefully you guys will like seeing that a little bit more. All right.
I gotta say though, I'm kind of jealous. Chris is watching from Greece. I wish I was in Greece right now. That's for sure.
Oh, hell, that would hell be nice. I said this before, by the way, Anthony. I'm only a beach person when I'm on vacation. I could care less about the beach the rest of the time. And it's weird living where I'm living because everybody else is a beach person. But I think because I was a North Shore kid. So it was all the time go down on my parents' boat. I just never really liked the beach. It's also that. And hey, what are we doing at the beach? Oh, we're just sitting here. Awesome. All right, Anthony, let's get into so far the headlines of the postseason, which, of course, it's got to start with the New York Islanders. And the New York Islanders, the only team last week not to sign a free agent in any capacity. Correct. If you watch the NHL Snipes video that I did, which was saying basically Lou Lamoriello does not prefer to go the free agent route. He really does not. And I broke it down this, Anthony, that there's only been 3 players that he's ever acquired, and only through free agency. It's not via trade. Then he re-signs him, sort of like Kyle Palmieri or Ilya Kovalchuk, as everyone has pointed out to me. Only 3 players that he's ever signed at free agency that have been in the top 5 in the team in scoring, and that's Jaromir Jagr, who led the Devils, Mike Camilleri, who was second on the Devils in 2015, and P.A. Parento. That's it.
Yeah.
So I'm going to turn this over to you because there's also RFAs to discuss as well.
Yeah. Well, so the grade overall, I gave a C. If you're judging just by free agency, it's a D or an F. I say C because he did trade for Romanov, who significantly is their defense. But yeah, in free agency, he's laid an egg. There were the reports that they were in on Gaudreau, and then afterwards, when Gaudreau spoke, it kind of didn't really mention the Islanders. So who really knows? But the thing is, and a lot of people getting frustrated, Islander fans, with him, is that one, his silence, his kind of games are wearing thin on a lot of people about keeping these contracts in the drawer and now announcing them to September. There's a really good chance he's already re-signed Noah Dobson and Romanov, and he's just not announcing them yet, like he did last year with Palmieri and Parise. More on Kadri later in bar talk in relation to this with Lou and his secrecy. But listen, he can Barry Trotz. When he did that, he put himself in the line of fire. I believe he has 1 year left on his deal. He's 80 years old. So I do think he's actively trying. I don't think he's just sitting there doing nothing. I just think with Lou, everything's super secretive, and he's just waiting for that piece to shake loose. I have my suspicions of that. It's Nazem Kadri. There's been a lot of smoke with him even before free agency started. Elliot Friedman reported the Islanders were in on him. And then ever since, it's basically just been reported as the Avalanche and the Islanders. The Flames have been talked about, but you got to remember he already vetoed a trade to Calgary before he got traded to Colorado. So I don't think
that was back in his Toronto
Calgary
days.
is an option for Kadri. And then also when it comes to Colorado, Adrian Dater tweeted yesterday that speaking to sources, he seems it's less likely that Kadri returns to Colorado, which, I get. They would need to move Sam Girard or JT Compher to make that work. And even if they did, they barely fit him in. You have a Nathan McKinnon monster contract extension that's going to happen at some point over, this coming year. So, so we'll see what happens in relation to Kadri. But overall, Lou hasn't been active with actually making any signings. I'm sure he's working the phones. But he's more on Matt Tkachuk later. I know that's a guy, if he's available, and it seems like he is, every general manager in the league should call up Calgary and inquire. But we'll see. There's no doubt about it that they improve their defense. They need to add a score. So we'll see what he does in the next couple of weeks, or what he announces in September that will shock everybody. But it wouldn't be surprised at all if he's already done something and he's just kept it under wraps in relation to free agents. Obviously, trades he can't hide. That's got to come out right away, because you gotta send it into central registry. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
It's so frustrating for those of us who report on the NHL and have podcasts that it's like, hey, Lou, can you please just tell us what the hell you did? Every other general manager does. But it's one of those things that I brought up, Anthony, and I brought it up in this weekend's video, because it's just, he does everything in-house. That's the way Lou works. And I gave the Islanders a C as well, because the Islanders, to me, basically, they got a first-round draft pick for Romanov, and there's no chance the Islanders are getting a player as good as Romanov right now with their draft pick. So that's what makes it such a good move. Now, them whiffing on Gaudreau, okay, fine. But then them not getting Burakovsky, that was worrisome. But then they didn't go after Palat, which, by the way, Andre Palat ended up going to the Jersey Devils. And Anthony, you kind of said it to me last week about Andre Palat when I was saying, oh, so the Islanders got to go for Palat. You said not necessarily. And you're right. I looked at his numbers. He's got 120 goal season. And that was his second year. Like, he's a timely goal scorer. I like Andre Palat very much, but he's a playoff performer, and that's not a good thing at all. So definitely not with him.
Yeah, he's a clutch player, but I wouldn't have spent the money on him personally. And I'm glad
$6 million. I mean, wow, that's just,
for sure.
That's just amazing to even think about. And I do think the Islanders did well with what they got. They're still kind of returning the same team on the floor. And you know what? Go right ahead. Start the season like that. Their main acquisition or a change that they have is Lane Lambert. If Lane Lambert, you're talking about, he's trots with the defense, but he's going to open up the offense a little bit more, which, by the way, if you open up the offense, it's going to actually take away from the defense a little bit. It's just the law of nature. But I think the Islanders are in a good position to at least start the season and see where they are.
I'd be highly surprised if they started the season this way. I really don't think that's going to happen, but it's just the patience. People want to see the move, but Lou, like I said, he's in no rush to really announce anything. So we'll see what occurs in the next couple of weeks.
But at least it's not like New York fans to get anxious and demand something to be done just for the sake of doing something. Yeah. I mean, we're all in there like calm, patient people. So, but Anthony, let's go across the Hudson to the Rangers. Let's grade their free agents so far, or their off season. The Rangers added Ryan Carpenter, Louis Domingue, and of course Vinny Trocheck to a 7-year, $5.65 million deal, or AAV, I should say. And they still have to re-sign Kaapo Kakko while they're renegotiating with Tyler Mott. My grade on the Rangers, B+. I am not in love with the length of that Trocheck contract, but he's the player that they needed. They went out and they got him. There's a limited no trade protection that actually locks him up more as it goes on. Vinny Trocheck's going to be traded by the time he gets to the 5th year of that deal.
Yeah, I gave B+ too. I mean, Trocheck is an upgrade over Strome and Kopp. But they did lose a lot of their pieces that they gave up to get at the, as rentals at the deadline. It hurts to give up a first for Kopp and have him walk out the door. Vetrano was pretty good for you guys. He's gone. Tyler Mott's is still a free agent, but I think by the time you pay Kaapo Kakko, I don't think there's going to be any money left to give to Mott. So I don't see Mott returning. And as far as Trocheck, the deal itself, yeah, like I said, he is an upgrade for sure, but I think 7 years is a little too long. But again, the Rangers are in win now mode. They'll worry about those bad years, when it comes. But my main concern with the Rangers is more on this later when we get to bar talk. But
yeah, we have a monster bar talk for you.
They need more veteran depth defensemen because right as it stands right now, Zach Jones or Nils Lundqvist, Braden Schneider, they're going to be in the opening day roster. And I think to really win in the playoffs, you're going to need that veteran presence. So to have 2 young guys rely on them to be everyday NHLers playing every night in your top 6, that could get problematic. I think they need that. They need another veteran defenseman somewhere along the line, like Calvin DeHaan, like a defenseman type that can play in a top 4 on a pinch. And has that veteran experience because right now they're lacking in that regard.
And the one that I wanted for the Rangers, signing that 1 year, $3 million deal, Ian Cole, he would have been perfect for the Rangers to get on that bottom pairing with whoever. If it ends up being Braden Schneider, great. If it ends up being, who knows, they might move down Jacob Trouba and break up that pairing because that's been something even Philk has been talking about for a while.
The issue is the cap, though. I mean, they have, $4 million or so in change right now. Once they re-sign Kakko, a lot of that's going to be gone. So it's going to be hard for them to get that veteran defenseman that they need. But
it's funny that you mentioned that, Anthony, because I have their cap number right here. Because what a lot of people keep forgetting with the Rangers and the cap, by the way, if you're listening to this on iTunes or Spotify, it's $3.308 million available. The reason why everybody keeps forgetting about this is Sammy Blais is on the IR. He's listed on the IR as far as cap friendly goes. So that money's got to go back on. It's just that simple. And even though it might say, I think it's 4.8 million, it's not that. It's not the same thing. Same thing when we talked about with Columbus, that they got that Boone Jenner listed on the IR. No, his money's going to go back on. You're not cutting the captain. So there you go with that. We got a great poll question that's going in right now, but that's going to be more for the bar talk. So go ahead and join us with that one. By the way, as usual, I got to shill everybody. So go to manscaped.com, use the promo code BAH, 20% off and free shipping. And like I said, I swear by it. It works. And it actually lets me get into
No fear. No fear.
No nicks, no cup, no nothing.
With the lawnmower. Nope, doesn't happen.
No. So go ahead, go check them out right now. And remember to use the promo code BAH. So one reason why we kind of went through this a little bit quickly on this opening sketch. I mean, 14 minutes. That's actually pretty quick for us. And I got to tell you, it's because we have a huge bar talk coming. But wait, Mike, you got a great question right here. How can you grade the Rangers a B-? He gave up Morgan Barron in a first-round pick. You guys think Drury is so great? Signed Ryan Reynolds for $1 million. That's not. I'm sorry, Mike. I actually look at Morgan Barron, and I don't think he was going to make much of a difference to the New York Rangers. And you had to give us something and to get something. And in this case, Andrew Kopp did finish the season very well with the New York Rangers. And the reason why I'm just not freaking out about Morgan Barron. If we freak out about Morgan Barron, the Rangers have a lot more problems than that. I mean, Morgan Barron, I'm being polite. He's not going to be more than a third line center at best. And right now, the Rangers are set with that. And the Rangers look, I'm not unhappy the Rangers got rid of Ryan Strome. As a matter of fact, I said, don't let the penalty box door hit your ass on the way out. But it's just as far as Morgan Barron
I don't think he's great.
He's made some mistakes.
I don't think Drury's great. He's got his warts. For me, the B plus derives from the fact that Trocheck is an upgrade over Strome and Kopp. That's why I gave the B plus. It has nothing to do with anything else. Just judging solely by that, it's an upgrade. So you got to give him the benefit of the doubt there. But like I said, everything else, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I just think Vinny Trocheck is a superior player by far over the just Ryan Strome is lacking. Everything about Ryan Strome. Vinny Trocheck's a better faceoff guy, better defensively. He can hit an empty net. So that is all things I would say for him. And I'll even go so far to say this. I don't think Trocheck should play with Panarin. How about that one for a hot take? Because I think they should actually put Hedl up with Panarin, because I keep mentioning this. Artem Anisimov had a 20-goal season with Artemi Panarin. And so one of the things people want to also bring up, and we're going to get to Bar Talk in a second. One of the things everybody wants to bring up is, they need to get Patrick Kane. They need to get Patrick Kane. You don't need to get Patrick Kane. Oh, come on. Panarin was so productive with Patrick Kane. Panarin's production has gone up since he's left playing with Patrick Kane. So the Rangers don't need to trade Patrick Kane. Maybe at the deadline, there's a different story right there, but it doesn't need to be right now. All right. We're going to be talking so much more about the Rangers in about a minute, and the Islanders, of course, but we're going to go to our Bar Talk segment in an intro that I still have to redo.
I'm going to take a shot on this one.
I'm going to say beer. I'm buying everybody around on this. Oh my God.
And welcome back, everybody, to Big Apple Hockey Bar Talk. I forgot where I was for a second. And this is where we get NHL topics and we gauge them based on our confidence with our choice of drink. Are you like not so confident at all? You just want a shot? Are you so you want a beer? Are you so confident you're going to buy everybody around? So we're going to start. And by the way, feel free to play along in the comments. Anthony brought this up a minute ago. One of the things the New York Rangers need is a depth defenseman. I turn to you, Mr. LaRocca.
It's around because, like I said earlier, it's going to be hard to really win and go far in the playoffs. And I know come the deadline they could change this, but still, you need veteran depth on your bottom pairing defenseman right now. As it stands right now, the Rangers are going to have at least two rookie defensemen on the roster likely, and then Libor Hayek could be an extra guy. I think. For them to really elevate to the next level, they're going to need that Calvin DeHaan or just another type of veteran defenseman like that to really help stabilize their bottom pairings. Because it's a lot to X of young defensemen to be thrust into action every night. The grind eventually gets to you. So if you look at a lot of teams that have won the Cup, you look at Colorado. I mean, their defense 1 through 6 was insane, and that didn't even count Sam Girard, who was injured. So it just goes to how deep they were there. So I think if the Rangers could fit it in cap-wise, it would behoove them to add a veteran defenseman who could play and chew up minutes and help the younger kids.
I agree with you to some level. I'm going to go beer. They could definitely start the season with what they got. Actually, the guy that I keep on kind of honing in on is Matthew Robertson. That I think he might be called up to start the season. He could also play his way into the sixth defenseman, because Schneider is actually no longer going to be a rookie, and I was very impressed with him throughout the season. And then you still have that top four, which is basically set. The Rangers, yes, they definitely could use a veteran defenseman to come in. Maybe you're going to see somebody on a PTO coming up. I don't even know what that name is, because usually you get the guys on a PTO, you don't even know they exist by the time they come in. And I think they can go with what's in house to begin. Now, I got the itchiest face in the world all of a sudden. I have no idea why, but I don't know who that's going to be, but I do think they have defensive prospects that could really be there, right? To at least start the season with. So let's go with that. Let's move on. And there we go. The Islanders have silently signed Nazem Kadri. I got to go to you, Mr. LaRocco. This is all yours.
Yeah, it's a beer. I mean, I get why the speculation's out there. Like I said, they've been linked to Kadri. Lou has a relationship with him from Toronto. There aren't many teams left that have been linked to him. It seems like he's not going back to Colorado. And how often is it? It's really strange that the second best free agent is still available. And not only is he still available, it's been relative radio silence on Kadri. And you guys know, Lou, Mark, what's the calling card of Big Lou?
Well, if you mention anything, you're gonna get a horse's head in your bed.
Well, no, the calling card of Lou is silence. With so much silence around Nazem Kadri and his relationship with Lou, and the fact that Elliot Friedman and others have really said that the Islanders are going to hone in on Kadri, it's possible that Lou already has one of his handshake deals, and he'll announce it in September when he's ready. But Kadri could still end up other places, but it seems like for the last week, when he is talked about, which is not much, it's been said Colorado and the Islanders. So we'll see what happens. The only thing is it's not really a positional fit. Kadri's a center. The Islanders are actually deep at center. So if they signed Kadri, they would have to move someone to the wing. And I don't know. I can't see Barzell or Nelson moving to the wing, or I don't know if Kadri would want to move to the wing either. But it's certainly possible that Kadri could end up on the Islanders. So we'll see how it progresses. But the longer it stays silent, you never know.
I keep smiling on this, Anthony, because I want to say shots so badly, and you're making me go right to beer on this one. And unfortunately, that's exactly where I'm going. I'm going to say beer. Maybe this is another Lou tactic. I don't know. I don't think so. I think he's definitely trying to work his way back to Colorado, and he's waiting to see if they could trade Sam Girard. I definitely think he's looking to go to Boston for more money, but they still haven't officially re-signed Patrice Bergeron, so they don't know what's going on.
Boston's not a problem. They literally, there's no possible way they could fit him with their cap issues.
Right, and there's always that mystery team you don't know what it is. Sort of like how Jack Eichel went to Vegas and really kind of put them in cap hell too, but nobody wanted to talk about that one. And there's always a team that's kind of lurking in the weeds. Hell, we just saw that last week with Johnny Gaudreau going to Columbus. More on him in a moment. Yeah. And I think Kadri's still looking for the best deal for him, monetarily speaking. And I don't know if the Islanders fit that, but on the other hand, we'll see more on that very soon, because like we were saying, maybe the Dobson deal and the Romanov deals are already done, and they already know what the budget and they know what to give Kadri. So there we go. Speaking of players that could be on the move, the Flames need to trade Matthew Tkachuk. I'll start this one, Anthony, and I'm sad to say this for Calgary Flames fans, but yeah, it's around. You can't go through what you went through with Johnny Gaudreau again. And the real question is, with Matthew Tkachuk on the team, I think they can make an addition and be a Stanley Cup contender still. However, they need to make sure they get something for him. And I just don't see it.
This is around for sure. The writing's on the wall that Matthew Tkachuk wants to follow suit and, like his buddy Johnny Gaudreau, and head out the door. The reason why the Flames even took him to arbitration is because they were fearful that Friday by Friday, the deadline, he would have accepted his qualifying offer for 1 year, and that would have walked him to unrestricted free agency in the summertime. So by taking him to arbitration, he can't do that anymore, and it also takes away the threat of offer sheet. However, they're really just kind of delaying the inevitable, because if this were to get to arbitration, Tkachuk is going to get awarded a 1 year deal, and he's going to be a free agent anyway. So they can't go through this again with like they did with Gaudreau this summer. It would behoove them to really move Tkachuk before the arbitration hearing, because he has more value right now. If you trade him right now, it gives the team that acquires him time to sort out their own deal and avoid arbitration and commit long term. So it seems as though Tkachuk could be moved shortly. Eric Francis, who, Mark, I tried to get on the show today from Sportsnet, he's the one that broke the news yesterday that he thinks that Tkachuk trade could happen as soon as this week. So we have to really watch out for that possibility. But again, it seems like he doesn't want to be in Calgary. The Flames would just it would be, like I said, it would be the smart thing to move him now, get a boatload of assets, and not have the same thing, just rinse and repeat, because it seems like it's destined for that. And you got a feel for the Calgary Flames to lose Gaudreau, and now Tkachuk seemingly, wants out too. That's rough. That's really tough.
And as we were just saying on that one before, I just want to correct one thing. One, actually, I think you're thinking of Walter Tkachuk. He played for the Rangers in the 70s. Keith Tkachuk is Matthew Tkachuk's father. He played for the Winnipeg Jets, the Arizona Coyotes, the St. Louis Blues, his brief stint as an Atlanta Thrasher, and then back with the St. Louis Blues. So that's why they're still rumoring him about going back to St. Louis. And that was the next one I was going to hit. So thank you, Anthony.
Yeah, Michael, you're absolutely right. The Flames beat writer Haley Sullivan actually told Mark about it before we went on the air. She just posted an article about potential landing spots for Matthew Tkachuk, and they were Vegas, which I don't see, but they're always in the market for a big time player, even though they don't have any cap room, which is such a head scratcher. But Vegas, Dallas, St. Louis, New Jersey, and the Islanders were on the list. She mentioned the Rangers, but the Rangers with their cap issues doesn't seem like that's going to be possible. And Nashville was the other destination. So, yeah, I mean, I'm happy that the Islanders are on the list, but as we've seen before, I'm not going to get my hopes up. But the truth is, every team is going to be calling Calgary about Tkachuk. My personal feelings are that he wants to be in St. Louis. So I think if you're an Islander fan, the more realistic play is the Blues acquire Tkachuk, and that will enable St. Louis to finally be able to grant Tarasenko his trade request at that point. I think that's a more real option. But yeah, I mean, any general manager, you got to call up Calgary and you got to pitch an offer for Tkachuk. You wouldn't be doing your job if you weren't.
By the way, Mike, I just noticed that you commented I think this is the first time you commented on a live stream. I noticed that you commented on the video from this weekend. Welcome to the show. And it's one of those things that, again, look, there's going to be a Matthew Tkachuk frenzy. And we were talking about a video before we went on from a different YouTuber. And it's just, when you lay these things out, math still has to play into facts. And when people want to say, oh, the New York Rangers are going to go get Matthew Tkachuk, what the hell are they doing with Alexei Lafreniere if they do that? Do they have a plan, or is it just going to be, let's just stack up everything? It's a I keep going back to this. It's a fantasy sports video game mentality that I can put everybody on a team and it's going to work. Eventually, Alexei Lafreniere, if that happened, let's say if they got Patrick Kane or even Matthew Tkachuk, the Rangers did. And by the way, there's no chance the Rangers can get him. Let me be clear on that. There was zero chance, because they would have to get Jacob Trouba to want to leave, because they're paying him $8 million a year. Probably what Matthew Tkachuk's going to get. And Jacob Trouba's got a full no move clause that Jacob Trouba could just go, hey, wait, you came here, you got me for this rebuild, and now that you're good, you want to get rid of me? I'm staying. So, and that's what happens with a lot of these guys.
Calgary wouldn't want Tarasenko, and actually Tarasenko would use his no trade clause to block any deal to Calgary. We're saying if the Blues got Tkachuk, that would enable them to finally request to be able to grant Tarasenko's wishes to be traded, and that could open the door for the Islanders or the Hurricanes, any other team that was interested in him, to finally trade for him. Tarasenko would not go to Calgary.
Right,
so
but also
that.
Tarasenko might consider that because at least they're still a good team.
He's going to block it. Yeah, if I remember correctly, last year when the whole talk about him being traded was out, it was the New York teams, Carolina, LA, or Florida. Those were the markets that he said he would go to. He would definitely block a trade to Calgary for sure.
Yeah, and by the way, I don't. I'm just gonna go with Yada. I don't know where the expert is in the pronunciation, but you're right about that. These guys are getting better and they're getting early. Again, you get a guy like, say, for instance, Alexei Lafreniere was a number 1 overall pick. Eventually, he's going to go, what? You took me to be a third liner? That's insane. We got 71 of you watching right now. Everybody, thank you very much. We had a very successful free agent day because we had not only 116 watching at one point, but then we also got all the way up to 325 for the nighttime when Johnny Gaudreau decided to completely just surprise everybody. So don't forget, everybody, always to, and I got to go back up this, like, share, and subscribe. We're going to move on to our next topic. And our next topic is that the Canadiens are going to acquire Pierre-Luc Dubois. Now, it's by next trade deadline is when we said that. So, you know what, Anthony? I'm gonna say beer on this. I just think it's gonna be one of those things. Be careful what you wish for if you're Pierre-Luc Dubois. Almost like Jonathan Drouin, who said, "I want to go to Montreal." How well has that worked out? But I think they could. They're gonna have the assets where they could do that. But I see it happening. Be careful what you wish for. So, Anthony.
This is around for sure. It's inevitable. It's a marriage. It's going to happen. His agent just the other day reported that Dubois, he wants to play for the Montreal Canadiens. He was at the draft in Montreal with his family, and he expected to be traded that night to Montreal, but it didn't come to fruition. So he's strong-arming his way to Montreal for sure. He'll get there. I don't know if it'll be this offseason. It might be because he's an RFA, honestly. So it very well could be this offseason. But this is one of the reasons why I said the Rangers should stay away from PLD, because he wanted out of Columbus. He got his wish. And now he wants out of Winnipeg, and he has one destination in mind, and that's the Montreal Canadiens. It's going to happen, and it won't surprise me if it does happen this summer because he's an RFA.
You see, I still think there's going to be some mystery team in there, or there could even be some different decisions that they make, because after all, didn't Johnny Gaudreau want to be a Philadelphia Flyer? And
yeah, but this is totally different. Johnny Gaudreau is a free agent. Pierre-Luc Dubois is an RFA, and he's saying that he wants to play for the Montreal Canadiens. This is open as it gets. Johnny Gaudreau never said publicly that he wanted to play for the Flyers while having his right.
Well, it's going to be an interesting end to that, because I don't know where Winnipeg goes from here. And I'm just waiting to see whether Anthony is still frozen. But this is one of the hazards of streaming, everybody. And Joe, I do have to disagree with you on one thing. Lucien Dubois, not even close to the name of Jeff Bookeboom. So, and there Anthony, you're back. Yeah, you froze on me for a second, which is good that you're back, because I have to ask you this one. That Cale Makar will win the next Norris Trophy.
I mean, as of right now, you got to give them the benefit of the doubt and say he's the favorite. I could see him dominating this trophy just because of how dynamic he is. The guy skates as good as anybody else in the league. and playing on a team in Colorado, he's always going to put up the offensive numbers. So he's always going to be an option to win this trophy. So, I mean, Roman Josi, I think, in my opinion, should have won it, as we discussed numerous times. The guy almost hit 100 points, which is absurd for a defenseman. But I think Makar could very well own this trophy. But we'll see. I mean, there's a lot of good defensemen. Josi, Adam Fox, Victor Hedman. Again, the thing that just separates all these guys is that Makar is one of the best skaters we've seen in years, and he's electric, and he brings you out of your seat. So he's always going to have the odds-on favorite to win it. So, but we'll see, though.
All right. So is that a beer?
Yeah, it's a beer, but it's close to a round.
Yeah. Follow my thinking on this, everybody. But this is starting to feel a little bit like, oh, that guy's already got an award. Let's give one to someone else. And sort of like it's a freaking Oscar or something like that, back when they used to mean something. I'm going to go beer on this because, just like you said, he can win it anytime they want. But the fact that he shouldn't have won it this year, I'll be flat out and I'll say that. Look, he put in a great season. He was the second best defenseman in the league right now because Roman Josi was better this year. And where I'm getting at with this is I got to now look around the league and go, who doesn't have a Norris Trophy right now? Well, Aaron Ekblad doesn't have one, and he was actually my Norris Trophy winner in the midseason awards. And who knows if he doesn't break his leg, what could have happened? But, I think it could either be Makar's for the next 5 years. You know what frustrates me about this, Anthony? I grew up and obviously Ranger fan when I was growing up, and I watched Brian Leetch, and Brian Leetch only won 2 Norris trophies, and he deserved both of them. He could have gotten more, but at the same time, he played again when Ray Bourque was Ray Bourque and Chris Chelios was Chris Chelios, and it's hard to put those guys to cast them aside. So it's like he really had to earn those Norris trophies. I just don't have that feeling right now. And again, I am not trying to slam Cale Makar. It is just Roman Josi had almost 100 points. What more could he have done? He would have been the first defenseman to have 100 points, and no one on his team had 90. So there you go. Let's move it on, because Anthony, we're going to go not so much rapid fire on these, but we got to talk about the teams that made big moves. You guys have all participated in the poll so far. I asked which moves will have the most impact. Johnny Gaudreau going to Columbus, Brent Burns and Pacioretty going to Carolina, or Ottawa adding DeBrincat in Giroux, as well as wherever Nazem Kadri signs. So, Anthony, you ready? Here we go. Johnny Gaudreau will lead the Blue Jackets to the 2023 playoffs.
No, shot.
Okay. So, yeah, and I'm going to go shot too as well. I'm just going to leave it right there. Why do you say that?
Because he's going to improve them for sure, but I still don't like their D overall. They got other good pieces. Obviously, Bjorkstrand, Line A, Cole Sillinger looks like he's going to be a good player. Kent Johnson, but I just think there are too many other teams that are going to be more competitive and more well-rounded. So,
Yeah, I agree with you 100% on that. I think their blue line has to grow up fast in order for that to happen. And their young players aren't going to be ready just yet. They're getting there. The Blue Jackets are getting there. They only had 81 points and missed the playoffs last year. And somebody's got to drop off in that Metropolitan Division. Could be the Penguins trying to set the record for the league's oldest team. But don't know about that one. Anthony, the Devils will make the 2023 playoffs.
No, shot. They're an improving young team. I like Alexander Holz. He seems like he's got a good future. They just drafted Simon Nemec. He's going to be a good defenseman. I know they just made this couple of trades, John Marino, Ty Smith. I think New Jersey's on the winning side of that. Blackwood and Vanacek as their goaltending still concerns me. Blackwood hasn't been healthy. Even when he has been healthy, he hasn't really been that great over the last year or so. Vanacek, while good, He's not nearly as good as some of the other top goalies in the Metro. And after you get past, Hughes and Bratt, Hischier, Shawargovich is good. Dawson Mercer is actually a good young player too. But again, when overall depth, they're still not as deep. But I think in a year or two, would keep adding the right players. Plot will help with veteran leadership, but they're still behind the 8 ball of some of the other teams in the Metro. So, but they're on the right track for sure. There's no doubt about that.
I'm going to go shot as well, not because I don't think they aren't going to have the talent soon enough. They are. The same thing as Columbus. They need that blue line to grow up a little bit and improve. Yes, the goaltending still they got wrinkles to figure out with that goaltending, and they got 3 now. They got Jonathan Bernier still on the contract. So Blackwood, his goals against has gone up. His save percentage has gone down his entire career. And the next question after that is coaching. Is Lindy Ruff going to be the coach? And I've made this prediction a couple different times. Lindy Ruff will not be the Devils coach by Thanksgiving. That's how quickly I think the hook is coming on him. And I think that could be a good thing for the Devils. So we'll see about that one shortly. Moving on to another team that made some headlines. The Ottawa Senators will make the 2023 playoffs. Anthony LaRocco.
I'll go beer on this one. I'm still going to say they're going to fall short, but I love what they did with getting the Brinket, adding Claude Giroux, who's still got a lot left in the tank. Ken Talbot will help support Anton Forsberg there in goal. Their core, their top 6 with now DeBrincat, Giroux, Batherson, Tkachuk, Stützle, Josh Norris. They got a good group. Again, it's still their defense for me. Shabbat's great, but they're lacking compared to some of the other teams in not only their division but in the East with their defense group. And their goaltending, while certainly better than a team like Buffalo's, I would still say an aging Talbot and Forsberg was great last year. They get a 920 save percentage or something along those lines. But it is still not totally sold on that tandem, but they're headed in the right direction. Pierre Dorion, he's been doing a great job lately. If it keeps heading this direction, the Senators will be a playoff team sooner than later, but there's just too many good teams in their division and then the Metro too. So I don't see it happening, but they're close.
I think they're definitely improved. I don't know if they're better than Boston just yet. I do think Boston is going to have a major drop off, especially with all those injuries that they got. I'm gonna go shot, and I don't think they're ready just yet. The old saying, not ready for primetime players. Well, yeah, I just think they're not there yet. They could be. Let's find out whether or not the coaching is right. There's like a couple other like little things. I need to see it. I need to see how this is all going to work and who's going to go with what. Stützle is a hell of a player. So this is going to be year 3. So he's going to take a jump as well. And you know what? They got Josh Norris back, and Josh Norris has just gotten paid so he can relax. So the Ottawa Senators could be a good team soon. I just don't know if it's next year. And let's go the other direction, Anthony. The Calgary Flames will not be a playoff team in 2023. Anthony?
It really depends what they do with Tkachuk. If he's traded, which it looks like it's trending in that direction, it might be hard for him because you're talking about losing 200-point players. They're definitely going to retain Mangiapane, who's a good player, and Markstrom in goal. Zadorov returned, so they still got the pieces, and I don't think it's as competitive out there as it is in the East. So I think if they trade Tkachuk and they get back, and it's not for total futures, if they get a good young roster player in return, I still think with Markstrom in goal, they could make the playoffs. So I'll actually go against the grain here and say shot. I know a lot of people are going to be, not expecting much from him if Tkachuk leaves as well, but depending on what they get in return, I think they still could. So I'll do a shot on this one.
I'm going shot. I'm going to go shot as well. They're going to be good, at least competitive. That division is exactly full of giant slayers, and it's you're still coached by Daryl Sutter, who's a Stanley Cup winner, the last person to get Calgary to the Stanley Cup Finals. They're good. They might not be great. That's going to be a different story. We're going to find that out sooner or later. Is Elias Lindholm just a guy that played between Tkachuk and Johnny Gaudreau, or is it going to be, or is he really an elite center? And because that line was a plus like 168 among all of them. That's disgusting. So losing Gaudreau is going to suck. Who knows? Moving Mangiapane up could be the thing. And maybe they don't, or they sign Tkachuk for a 2 to 3 year deal. I doubt that's happening. I think he's getting traded anyway. But just saying there's a lot of maybes. But still, that if the Flames are still a good enough team to get a playoff spot. Anthony, the last one. The home run derby was on Monday. And I got to ask this question. The home run derby is the best event in all-star games. And I'll start us off. It's around. And it's definitely around now. I really wish hockey's breakaway challenge, which was very inventive this year, especially like Jack Hughes getting the mini Jack Hughes, or Alex DeBrincat stick handling a football. All that stuff was great until the NHL can really match what the drama of the home run derby is. And I think the home run derby has surpassed the slam dunk competition for starters. Stars actually play in the home run derby. I mean, in the NBA, they throw out like bench players.
Yeah, for like the slam dunk contest. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I didn't really watch it. I haven't watched it in a long time, but I know like the best power hitters in the league are still pretty much always participating in it. And the NHL skills competition, it's cool. I know they tried to spice it up last year with some different events, but I mean, I really don't have a horse in this race, but I guess I'll go round. But again, I you know, like I said, I really don't pay too much attention to the home run derby.
Yeah. Joe is saying, by the way, that the Pacific is terrible, but there's also so many other good stuff in here. Hardest shot is always good. The precision shooting at the All-Star game is always a good one. Dave, is that breaking news or just a wishful thought? Because I'm going to go check that right now.
Probably a wishful thought. I mean, I'm on Twitter. I haven't seen anything about it.
You know what? All-Star games, by the way, Mike T is right, sort of right on this one. And that's the All-Star games kind of they've sort of lost their luster in recent years with so much player movement. But no prediction or wishful thought. I am going to check that out right now. And Dwayne, hi, how's it going? Yeah, Aho was great. And the blackjack competition was actually fun. When they did it with Vegas right now. So, Anthony, I just got to check this, because if that's true, that is tremendous breaking news.
Mark, I'm telling you, it's not. I was on Twitter. I would have saw that. It's not. So I know you're a Mets fan, but you could put down the phone and not get your hopes up. It didn't happen.
Okay, good. Because I mean, after all, I mean, when we did our first stream, that was when the Rangers fired John Davidson and Jeff Gorton.
Yeah, and
that came out of nowhere. I still will always remember that one, because we were talking about Minnesota versus Colorado as a potential playoff series. Yeah. And I'm just like, what the hell was that? All right. Fake news. You know what? It's fake news. It's what it is. The fakeness. All right. You know what, Alyssa? I got to stop. Yes, that was great.
That was good.
When Owen Nolan, but that was actually in the All-Star game.
Yeah.
So when he came down on Hasek, went going gloves side. You see, stuff like that. That's what, when the NHL All-Star game is doing that, that's where it's a lot of fun. So, all right. And Chris Frost was saying the quarterback competition was always the best. And I think the home run derby surpassed it. everybody, once again, so that is the end of Big Apple Hockey Bar Talk for the week, where we gauge our confidence on NHL topics based on a choice of drink. So also, while we're at it, I got to mention once again that we are sponsored by Manscaped, where if you use the promo code BAH, go on there, get 20% off and free shipping. And we're growing. This is one of the ways that we're growing. So please do so, because I would love to stop bartending. That would be great eventually. And 72 of you right now watching us, although we just lost 4 people. I guess they got away from me when I said I wanted to stop bartending. They're like, no, Mark, go back to that. All right. So what's around the NHL rumor mill, Anthony?
Well, right now it's just being dominated by the news with of Matthew Tkachuk. So, like I said, Eric Francis said yesterday on a radio spot that he thinks that it could be wrapped up this week. I don't know. We'll see. I do think it would be prudent for the Flames to move him now rather than wait too much longer. But I guess their first hope is just to see if there's any way that he would be willing to sign a long-term extension. Again, having him actually have his arbitration hearing and accepting the 1-year deal and then walking him to free agency in the summertime, that's a disaster. Because even if they were to trade him at the trade deadline, you're not going to get the value back as you would as if you traded him today. So if they know for sure that he's out the door, you got to move him now. There's no two ways about it. And it sucks for the Flame fans. If there's any Flame fans watching right now, I feel for you guys. That's tough to lose 2 franchise players essentially in one offseason, but it's the best thing for Brad Treliving to do. And again, if they decide to move him, the question will be, do they just rebuild at that point and get all futures, or they still try to stay competitive and move him for, essentially with a hockey trade, another good young player or players. That's what they're going to have to face. So, we'll see. There was actually some debate amongst, Islander fans in a hypothetical, would you trade Matt Barzal for Matthew Tkachuk and then sign Kadri to backfill Barzal's spot? And it's one of those questions where, oddly enough, I think if Calgary does trade Tkachuk, that could be the type of deal they look for, where you get another upper echelon player in return. However, centers usually hold more value, but it was just an interesting question. Me personally, I honestly think the Islanders would be a better team with that, because you have Matthew Tkachuk. Yeah, you don't have Barzal, but then you sign Kadri, and you still have Kadri, Nelson, Pajot, Zizekas down the middle. You're still really strong. But again, though, that's the type of deal that Calgary would probably make. Tkachuk for another really good young player. So we'll see which direction they go, but there are going to be a lot of teams involved. My guess is St. Louis is going to be heavily in the mix, but they have very, very little cap space. So not only would they have to send a good young piece back, but they would also have to send a veteran contract. My guess is Brandon Saad would go for salary purposes, and then Jordan Kyrou would go because he's a good young player. But we'll see how it goes. But it's going to be really interesting.
I'll be very clear on this. If I'm St. Louis, there's 2 people, I hang up the phone when you mention their names. And I love Matthew Tkachuk, but I am not trading you Jordan Kyrou, and I'm not trading you Rob Thomas. So let's get those out of the way. You want Barbashev? Go ahead. You can take Barbashev.
That's not enough.
That's not enough. I know it's not enough.
You're insulting Calgary with that. Barbashev's not.
Guess what? Same thing we said with Buffalo last year. Tough titties. I got the hammer. And I don't know why I went with that, but still, sorry. it's I got the hammer. I know your guy is on his way out. Go ahead, go find the best package. I got my guy right here. So
Mark, you gotta remember, you said Kyrou would be a non-starter. You gotta give to get in this league. You do. And
okay.
Kyrou is a good player, but Matthew Tkachuk's even better player. So that's just the price of doing business.
Well, again, for me, I value, and a matter of fact, probably a lot of people would say that you value the center more than you value the wing. And it's just a fact. It's the same reason why when we come up with the greatest players of all time, most of them are going to be centers. It's just that simple. So
yeah, and Matt says the Devils, and the Devils do. I mean, they are certainly should be in the mix. But again, if you're Devils, you're not getting Matthew Tkachuk without possibly even giving up Jesper Bratt. Like he just mentioned, Jesper Bratt. I would imagine there's no way they're getting him if Bratt's not in the deal, or Alexander Holes. Like they're good. You to get a player like
or Dawson Mercer.
You have to give up something that's going to hurt. And again, Dawson Mercer had a good rookie year, but he's not returning Matthew Tkachuk. You're going to need a better player in there. So, and I will say this though. Typically, when you have these type of elite players available, fan bases kind of banter and say what it would cost to land that player, and the return is usually nowhere ever close to as much as what ends up being.
Yeah. Let's look no further than Jack Eichel last year. Peyton Krebs, Alex Tuck, and a first-round pick. I think I forgot if there was another pick after that. But I'll tell you this, Anthony. Buffalo right now likes that deal. They're happy with Alex Tuck. They're happy with Peyton Krebs. And but one of the reasons why they're also really happy with that deal is Tage Thompson is becoming a hell of a player.
He's phenomenal.
He's becoming a hell of a player.
With caveat to what I just said, this trade with Matthew Tkachuk could be different where it actually is that much because he's 24 years old. I mean, I know Jack Eichel is available, but how old is Jack Eichel? Jack Eichel is
I think he's 25, I think, right now. It's slipping my mind at the moment, so my bad.
I think he's older than 25 because Tkachuk's 24, and I'm pretty sure Eichel's a few years older.
Jack Eichel's 25.
His only a year old.
His birthday is October 28th, though. So he's turning 26.
Like 24-year-old players like Tkachuk, I mean, it is not very often they do become available. I would say he's going to return a boatload. I think he's going to return a boatload.
Yannick, by the way, welcome to the show. Thank you very much. And everybody, by the way, not to guilt you into it, but if you could hit that like button, that would really help us out. We're still trying to crack that YouTube algorithm and doing our best with that. By the way, Anthony, I think one of the easiest ways to improve Matt Barzal is to make him watch Die Hard, specifically the scene when they're in the roof and Hans Gruber says, shoot the glass, except it's shoot the puck. So if they could just put that on loop forever, then Matt Barzal would incredibly improve because he does need to shoot the puck more. And as Wicked is telling you right there, you and him, they know what Calgary went through. And John, that's a lot of things Rangers fans are forgetting. Kravtsov is here, and could Kravtsov be something? That's gonna be interesting. That's gonna be interesting, and I think actually he could fit in that second line role, and then you can have, or even that first line role. There's three wings for him to go on, so let's see what that's gonna be. By the way, Anthony, we didn't get to mention this earlier. What are your thoughts on the Hurricanes improving?
So that Patrick Kane comment, Patrick Kane, if he does get traded at the deadline, I still think despite his age, the Blackhawks are going to get a haul for him. I mean, he's an elite player still. You're not getting Patrick Kane for peanuts. I mean, granted, you probably won't have to mortgage the farm either because of his age, but he's still going to return. He's still going to return a lot. And I'm honestly really, really surprised that Kane is willing to kind of wait it out right now. And that's why he's not being traded. He's going to wait it out and see how things go, which is surprising to me.
That was the comment that Anthony was referring to. By the way, I threw your name up before. Yannick, hi, welcome to the show. And Joe, unfortunately, I can't explain the Rangers because they really need to work on some of those centers. And you know what? Who knows? They might have it because the eye test says Filipino got better. The assist numbers are something left to be desired, by the way. He needs to get more assists than 2, like he had in the playoffs, or 14 in the regular season. But I just don't see Tkachuk. I mean, Tkachuk is the guy that's dominating a lot of this stream for all of us because obviously everybody we'd push over our grandmothers in order to get Matthew Tkachuk, but it's and mine's already passed on, so that would be extra disgraceful. But it's just.
No, I mean, do you think Calgary? Because you hear teams like St. Louis and Dallas and Vegas. Do you think Calgary has any appetite to trade him to a team in the Western Conference, or do you not care?
I don't trade within division if I have to. A conference is a different story. Like if the Rangers had to trade Chris Kreider to the Buffalo Sabres, I don't give a crap.
Yeah,
I see them once in a while, and it's just that. And again, I pulled the name out of a hat, Ranger fans. I'm not thinking about anything else. And Joe, I like that comment. We're gonna get back to that one shortly. That's me. I don't want to see a guy within division and have to play him in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Same thought.
Yeah, but I still think if in a perfect world they'll try to send Tkachuk to a team in the East.
Yeah, that's what the hope is. And you get those rumors about him trying to get with Brady in Ottawa. I don't buy that.
Ottawa's with some of the stuff they did and Norris's extension, they're slowly creeping up to where they need to start being careful how they spend. And I don't think they would be able to afford Tkachuk. I mean, they could. But I think St. Louis is the more likely option of where he wants to be.
Yeah, and Matt kind of hits the nail on the head with this one. This is where you say it's about the math. And
yeah, but it's called you worry about that later. You make a corresponding move. It's the same thing how if the Avalanche can get Kadri back, you simply trade Sam Girard. So yeah.
And you make room by moving Josh Bailey.
That's a non-issue. If Lou were hypothetically, if you were to find out you can get Matt Tkachuk, then you aggressively dump Bailey or Beauvillier. So the number is really not so much an issue.
Yeah.
And will they move Bailey? If Lou can get somebody like Kadri or Tkachuk or whoever, he'll have to. Because the market for Varlamov isn't there anymore because now every team basically has a starting goalie. So either Bailey or Beauvillier would have to be the guys that would get moved.
Now, I'm going to go to Wicked's comment right here. And Joe, I did not forget about yours that's up there. But this is where I was talking about before, and I've actually said this about Artemi Panarin. Centers are generally more valuable, but if you get a winger that can play like a center, sort of like the way Panarin does, sort of like the way Patrick Kane does, then you can actually go with a weaker center or a shoot-first center like a Filipino, like a Artem Anisimov, like would you put oh my God, I forgot his name for a minute. Brock Nelson. Would you put Brock Nelson as a shoot-first center, Anthony? I think he's more of a defensive center. I would classify him, although he
scored over 30. What, he scored 35
Oh,
goals?
No. I am not saying that to insult his offensive game. I was about to say that.
No, he absolutely is a shoot first center. I mean, his wrist shot is probably second best to Oliver Wahlstrom. That's one of Nelson's better attributes is his shot. So for sure, he's more of a goal scorer. Shoot first.
Yeah, shoot the puck. Didn't Mince win something last night? Oh, I forgot to watch the end of the All-Star game. I was outside having a cigar and drinking some Jameson. But so I don't even know who won. Thanks, Dave. Who won the All-Star game? I completely forgot.
So Max Pacioretty got literally traded for nothing. Future considerations. It's all about salary dump. So Even if that's the case with Bailey and his value, for the Islanders, it's just more about just getting rid of him. And as you see, there will be teams that take on salary. I mean, Anaheim, as Janik just actually mentioned, Anaheim has over $30 million of cap space. So for any team, if you need to try to dump a contract, Ducks are a logical choice. So, and for a young team, who wouldn't want a veteran guy to be around?
Oh, by the way, Anthony, how about, do you think they're going to ever trade John Gibson, or who's going to get traded first, John Gibson or Jacob Chychrun?
Jacob Chychrun. I don't think John Gibson is going anywhere, especially now. Like I said, every team really has their goalie, so I don't see John Gibson going anywhere.
And I'll drive Bailey to Anaheim if that's possible. Okay,
Yeah.
D is saying, do the Rangers have cap space left to offer Marty Necas? He's been playing wing, but he was drafted as a center. Rumor is that the Canes are planning on starting him at C4 this year. Woof. That he was the second line winger, so I think that would be a little bit of a slap in the face. Although they're talking about putting Kakaniemi up there, and again, offer sheets are very hard to go by because it's one of those things that as fans we could look over and go, why don't X team offer sheet this person? But the player's got to sign that contract, and the team's got to let them go. And the other team, you got to remember, as soon as you offer sheet somebody, you're going to be liable to be offer sheeted too. Look what happened with Don Waddell going after KK last year, Anthony. Oh, I think he's looking something up or frozen. No, you knew. Anthony, what do you think about offer sheets?
Well, it's in this instance not happening. The Rangers don't have any cap space to offer sheet Marty Necas, so that's not happening. But offer sheets in general are kind of rare. I'm not really expecting to see any the rest of the offseason, but I mean, I guess who knows? But I wouldn't bet on it.
How about that? Islanders can make a swing and try to go get Pasta. I mean,
that's not happening. Boston's gonna probably work to extend Pastrnak really hard. I would be surprised if he goes anywhere.
I just kind of realized how many B's are involved with that comment, because you would have Brad Marchand, Matt Barzal, Beauvillier, Bailey, and Bergeron. That's a lot of B's. That's
Adrian Dater of the Avs saying that he's not hearing of Sam Girard being on the table in any Avs trade talks. So that just leads credence that, like what he said the other day, talking to more and more people, doesn't seem like Kadri's returning to Colorado. Doesn't seem like they're going to trade Girard or JT Compher for that matter. So
Anthony, got to go with one of this one. By the way, Brody put this in before that we started. Big Lou looks very satisfied in that thumbnail, like he just delivered someone a horse's head. And Joe put this one in before I wanted to go back to it. Vegas odds for the Rangers to win the Stanley Cup is currently plus 1,600. He puts in round beer a shot. Which one do you think I guess that would be beer it's around there. Round would be you're taking the bet, and shot would be no chance, I guess.
I mean, it's so hard to say now with definity. I mean, anything can happen, but I don't see the Rangers winning the Cup next year. But again, it could. I mean, it's really impossible to say right now. I mean, there's a couple upper echelon teams that obviously have the chance to win it. But I mean, gun to my head right now, I honestly think I would say Colorado again.
All right. Yeah. I mean, I'm going as high as beer right now. And the reason why is because, I mean, the Rangers are there. The question is, can they just take that next step? And who in the division really improved? My first question for Carolina, I keep trying to allude to this and stopping short, but I like Brent Burns. Brent Burns just hit 37, Anthony. That is a contract that could get very bad very quick. And matter of fact, while I'm at it, I'll look for his actual birthday, because if he's 38 next year, that's not going to help matters.
Yeah, his game's slowing down. He's still good, but he's not as electric as he was a few years ago in San Jose.
Right. He's not that Norris Trophy winner. He's still pretty good. He's an upgrade over D'Angelo by far. But I don't know about that. That's where, and look around the Rangers division. Pittsburgh, I don't think got better. Pittsburgh, let's talk about Pittsburgh for a second, Anthony. What the hell are they doing? Are they just they're pushing their chips all in?
They're kind of just treading water, really. I mean, they retained Malkin, Letang. Evan Rodriguez is still a free agent. Doesn't seem like he'll be back. And then they got Jeff Petrie and Ty Smith. Out are Marino and Matheson. So to me, they're the same.
I mean, I can't help. By the way, 81 of you are in watching us right now. Thank you all very much. I'm looking at a lot of these, like, the moves that Pittsburgh made. Everyone is another year older. I know you're hanging on. Sidney Crosby's still playing at an elite level, but I still don't see them winning much with Tristan Jarry. And
no.
I mean, now they got Petrie. I mean, how many older guys are they going to pick up? And they're going to be getting rid of Kasperi Kapanen.
Well, he's an RFA, and they really don't have much cap space to re-sign him right now. So there's definitely going to be another move. I mean, speaking of other teams, Washington. So I like Dylan Strome. I think Dylan Strome is a good pickup for them. Darcy Kemper in goal. I think again, not a bad move.
It depends if his health is
Vanacek
good.
and Samsonov. I think Kemper could be pretty good for him, and I like the addition of Dylan Strome, as I said. Nicholas Backstrom's health is kind of in question. Honestly, I think the Capitals, they're going to be in a dogfight. They're going to be in the dogfight to make the playoffs. I don't think it's a shoo-in for sure that the Capitals make it. But, I mean, when you have Ovechkin, you can never count them out.
Well, right now, this is year 3 under Peter Laviolette, and it's either going to be they're going to exceed expectations wildly, or they're going to come crashing down to earth. Unfortunately, that tends to be his track record throughout his career. I'd have to take a look, make sure I'm 100% right on that one. But I mean, the guy's a great coach, but it happens to him way too often. And there's lots of times where by the way, I'll take Laviolette in a heartbeat. So it's just, I'm going to get to that one in a second, Rich. It's just, so what are the Capitals going to do? I do think the Islanders swoop up and get one of those spots. And if 2 of them drop out, then that hasn't happened since 2005 that the Capitals of the Island while we're at it, the Capitals, the Islanders, and the Penguins didn't make the playoffs. So it's been a while. So that's going to happen. Actually, Greg, you're bringing some good questions right here because we were talking about that one. First, let me go to by the way, Mike, just as mentioned, Will Cooley is going to look pretty good for the Rangers in this offseason. Watch for him to make the team. But who do I see playing on the right side with Panarin and Kakko? I tell you what, that's where Kravtsov could come in. You get a guy that could distribute, shoot the puck. That would be great for Panarin. So we'll see about that one. When we go back to Greg on this one, Anthony, and Lauren, hey, how's it going? I can see you down there. With Shane Wright dropping all the way down, which, by the way, that's another thing we got to talk about. Will Cooley will forever be linked to Shane Wright. Not Will Cooley. Sorry, that's the Rangers. Logan Cooley was the guy for Anaheim. Arizona. Oh, my God. I can't get those 2 sentences back. So you go Beniers, Shane Wright, and then you're going with a 1-2 punch at center. What about Johnny Gaudreau at number 3? I mean, Seattle might jump pretty soon. I don't think Shane Wright's going to come up, though, right away, right? I think Anthony froze again. Okay. Oh, hey, I lost him totally. All right. He should probably be getting back in a second. But you know what? Yeah, but Chris, I don't think it's not necessarily that Kravtsov is going to be gone yet. We're going to see about that one. He might have to play his way to get to a better contract. So we're going to get Anthony back in a moment. Greg, again, I think that's great for them. If you see our video reaction to the Romanov trade, I was stunned that it was dropping all the way down there. And then I thought the Islanders traded all the way up to number 4. That would have been a coup. So, and then Warren, there we go. Rangers got Tkachuk, better upgrade what they got at 2C. You are 100% right about that one. Matt saying, worry about it later. It doesn't work when you have a player who could walk the following year. If you want Tkachuk and if you want him, Beauvillier is not a bad option. Too much speed to lose. Yeah. And by the way, some of these GMs will go, hey, I'll trade him right now. It's the next GM. It's their problem, not mine. Anthony. So, by the way, hey, Mark, how's it going? Back to this comment. What do you think about Seattle lining up their centers?
I mean, I think Shane Wright's going to play with a chip on his shoulder. He's pissed that he dropped the 4th. So I think that's great news for Kraken fans. He's going to be really motivated. Matty Beniers looks like he's going to be a great young player. Adding Burakovsky gives them some more scoring on the wings to go along with Jordan Eberle. Jaden Schwartz, I know he was injured. Hopefully he's back and healthy. McCann had a good year. Kraken are on the up and up. I mean, I still think they're a couple of years away, but definitely headed in the right direction. And I wouldn't be surprised if they land John Klingberg, who's still out there in unrestricted free agency, which is really strange. So we'll see.
There's a lot of guys that are still free agents that are still boggling my mind. Klingberg being one of them.
Yeah, definitely.
Was he the top defenseman on the market?
Yeah, it wasn't even close. Yep. So I don't understand how he's still available, to be honest with you. I don't.
Oh, this is Matthew Tkachuk Everest is saying, no. And again, on Tyler Mott. I thought it said Matt for a second. No, there's no word on Tyler Mott just yet. There's still, I think Tyler Mott's not going to re-sign or sign anywhere until Kaapo Kakko re-signs. The Rangers are still in negotiations with him, and they're trying to figure out how much they're going to spend on Kakko. So that's the answer with that one. Lauren saying, mark my words, although that's my phrase. Drury is going to be with the Drury is going to be with the Canes, and he's taking. Oh, okay. You're the Drury that's on the Canes. Was making me. I forgot his name. What's his first name again?
Jack.
Yeah, thank you, Jack Drury. That's why I was kind of confused for a second. I mean, KK better be better than a 4C. I'll tell you that one. They're paying him way too much. So making the Canes offer. Oh, actually, Warren, I just finished the quote. So anyway, this is why you should always read the entire thing before starting to make your opinions or have your reactions. Drury is going to be with the Canes, and he's going to take the 2C spot before pushing KK to 4C, making the Canes look stupid offer sheeting KK to begin with. That is actually what it is. Probably should have read it out loud and thought about it instead of stopping, trying to remember what Jack Drury's name was. So, oops. If that happens, that's a disaster, right?
Yeah. But I mean, Carolina, they're in a good spot. I mean, if you're a Hurricane fan, I really wouldn't worry about, them in the next couple of years.
But then again, also going with what he's saying, you're paying your 4th line center $4.8 million.
Yeah, I mean, that's not prime. Yeah, that's not prime.
That is not prime whatsoever.
No.
Now, you could also say, well, then you're paying your 2nd line center entry-level contract. So that's a nice little way to make up for that. Either make a trade with Hayek until an injury happens, I think Cooley will and Ottman will make the team. I think if it's both of them, they don't have spots. One of them could. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Cooley. He's further along. What we got here?
Yeah, and I get that train of thought right now because he hasn't done anything. But again,
By the way, Noah, welcome to the show.
This is his last year under contract. He's 80 years old, so he's not getting any younger. He just fired Trotz, which is essentially putting himself in the line of fire. I think he knows he needs to have success this year. So I can't imagine he's just going to, do nothing, and that the team right now is what you're going to see in the fall. So we'll see. But I think eventually he is going to do something. I just don't know when. And again, even if he does, we might not find out about it until September. So it's just the way it is with him.
Anthony, I don't want to give Noah any bad sleeping habits or anything, but I think Lou's son is the next GM. I think it's going to happen. It's one of the reasons why he took the job.
Not if ownership has anything to say about it. I mean, obviously, if the Islanders have bad results and they fire Lou, they're going to bring in somebody that's not his son. I mean, so I'm not really worried about that. I'm not really worried about his son becoming the general manager. But we'll
All right.
see.
I hope you're right on that one. Yeah, by the way, Greg, that is going to be good to watch those two play, especially Matty Beniers, because I think he's going to be a pretty good job. Joe, hi. This is your first time I'm seeing you. So welcome to the show. Hedel as your third C is pretty damn good. Gaudreau and Mott on the wings. Blaze. Yeah, Sammy Blais is going to be a factor for the New York Rangers this next year. The question is whether or not there's going to be that ridiculous injury that he had last year. So, and oh man, Anthony, I'm getting killed for it all forever, but just in my words, I'll never be able to shake a Justin. All right, let's get move on to the next one. I don't know if the Canes can buy out Gardner or if they can really move him. If he goes to LTIR, which I think he's going to be healthy.
Well, do the Hurricanes have any players going to arbitration? Because the only way you could buy out another player, a second window gets triggered if you have a player going to arbitration. I'm not sure. If they don't, then they missed the buyout window and Gardner can't be bought out.
Arbitration eligible is Peterson. That's next year. They do have arbitration for Ethan Bear, so that can happen.
So then, yeah, if it actually goes to arbitration, then yeah, they could. But I know he's healthy, so you're allowed to buy out a healthy player. But I don't see it happening though. At least, but who knows though? I don't think it will though. But I could be wrong.
If not, there's always the Arizona Coyotes. They will take every bad contract. So that's been a technique going all the way back to Chika. Here's a good question for you. Let's say if it's not, as Noah puts him, Fredo. What GMs would you like to see the Islanders target if it's not Lou's son?
Honestly, if Barry Trotz sits on the sideline for another year, I know was probably looking to get into management. That he'd be one. Kevin Weeks' name was out there for a while when the Sharks were looking for a general manager. I think he's a good up and coming executive. I think. It's hard to say because a lot of former players have been looking to get into management. David Savard Mark Savard was a coaching candidate. A couple of the openings, not GM, but I think there are a lot of guys like that out there that they could find. But I would be intrigued with either Barry Trotz or Kevin Weeks, to be honest with you. But we'll see. Like coaches, general managers get recycled, so there would definitely be guys out there if that time comes, if Lou steps down.
Yeah, and as Warren's saying right here, Sharks interviewed Rakowski for the coaching position. He was the coach of the Chicago Wolves. I still thought Bob Bugner did a good job. I don't know where the Sharks go from here. The San Jose Sharks, speaking about which, they're such a tweener team. They're good enough to miss the playoffs, but not bad enough to bottom out.
They were actually a lot better this year than I thought they'd be. What Mike Greer needs to decide is, I think next year, Timo Meier's qualifying offer would be like $10 million. So he has to decide whether or not, if they're going to stay in a window to try to compete, do you really pay him that, or do you move him? But that they could kick that can down the road a little bit longer.
How are qualifying offers so high like that for Timo Meier?
Because it's based off of your previous salary, and you get an increase to a certain percentage. So just like but one of the reasons why the Blackhawks traded DeBrincat, because of what his qualifying offer would be next year. So
wow.
But Timo Meier is a great player. If he was ever made available, there like Tkachuk, there'd be a lot of teams lining up for him. But San Jose is an interesting case. If they can move Erik Karlsson, that would be beneficial for him for retooling and rebuilding team. They really don't need him on the books. But they got good pieces. Tomas Hertl. You would think Timo Meier should be there for the long term. So they got William Eklund, their draft pick from the other year. He looks to be a good player.
Logan
So
Couture.
they got some good pieces.
Yeah. It's just again, you look at some of those contracts. They got rid of Burns. They still got Vlasic, and they still have Karlsson. And that Karlsson that used to be on the Senators, that guy is gone.
Long gone, actually.
Which I talked about it in the video this weekend. I'm going to talk about it with you right now. And I still don't understand what Toronto's doing with Matt Murray. It's something that I just that's still one of those things I still just scratch my head about.
I mean, Matt Murray's game fell off a huge cliff. I mean, he hasn't been good the last 3 years. If you look at his numbers and his save percentage in particular, I guess they're hoping to catch lightning in a bottle. Maybe he gets back to form. But honestly, I could see Ilya Samsonov coming in and taking the job. I mean, he's younger, and I think he's got more upside. But again, he wasn't as hyped as Shesterkin and Sorokin as coming over from the KHL, but he was still expected to be their future number one netminder, and it just didn't work out. So, but if I were Toronto, I would say he has a much longer leash than Matt Murray should, by far.
I mean, I think Samsonov has got plenty of potential, and I think that's actually a good thing for Toronto, because that negates when Matt Murray gets injured. And I use the term when. Yeah, because let's be honest, he hasn't played 39 games in 3 years. Good luck. And if you want to get him as backup, or hey, maybe you're going to catch lightning in a bottle when he gets to the playoffs, because he's going to end up winning a playoff round for you. It's just as far as the Maple Leafs would be one of those teams that I look at and I go, for this offseason, I would give them I would give them a B+, because I still don't think they acknowledge what they have in the net. Hey, Donald Weaver's right here. He's saying, as a local hockey watcher in the tri-state area, Rangers signed people, Devils signed people, Islanders haven't done anything but kept quiet this whole time. Are they going to sign anybody? Oh, Anthony, I'll go right back to the beginning of the show with you. You think all that silence means they got Nazem Kadri? I
think a trade could be more likely, but if they were going to sign any player that's left in free agency that would realistically help them, it would either be Nazem Kadri or Nino Niederreiter, who's still out there. And honestly, you talk about things being quiet on Kadri. I literally haven't heard a single peep on Niederreiter, which is weird because he's like a 25 goal scorer. You thought, a lot of teams would have wanted him, but I literally have heard nothing. So. There's still a possibility that Lou could sign Kadri or Niederreiter. But I think he might be looking at the trade route. He almost got JT Miller at the draft from the Canucks. But word is that, he nixed it because he wasn't able to discuss an extension with Miller. So he walked away. Matthew Tkachuk's out there. You got to believe he's at least inquiring. So there's still some other moving parts, and especially as we mentioned, if the Flames if the Flames trade Tkachuk to St. Louis, that could finally shake Tarasenko loose. And I know Tarasenko was an option for the Islanders last year, but they couldn't make the cap work. Honestly, now it's been so long, I can say it, but one of our sources told me that at the time, Tarasenko told this person that he had heard Islanders. That's where he was going to end up. But like I said, they couldn't make the numbers work out. So, but yeah, we'll see. That's really all contingent on the Blues getting Tkachuk, because if they don't, but being that they lost David Perron, the Blues aren't going to trade Tarasenko, even though he still wants to be dealt. So we'll see. But yeah, still a lot of time left. I know fans are anxious, being that it's middle of July, and usually by now things go quiet. But we'll see. So,
What do you think about that comment right above his? The Wild are missing the playoffs, definitely.
I mean, unless Kirill Kaprizov gets stuck in Russia and doesn't come back, I don't see that happening. Kaprizov is that good that he will put the Wild on his shoulders and bring him into the playoffs. He's top. I mean, I had him in my top 3 in MVP voting, because the guy had 97 points or whatever he had. If you take away his production from the Minnesota Wild, they are not where they are, simply put. So I don't see the Wild missing the playoffs if Kaprizov is there.
And Mike T is very excited about it, saying that's it. Tarasenko will be an Islander.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go to what Chris Frost is saying right here. What about Buffalo paying a boatload for Kadri as a sort of 4-year teaching young players centers to play?
Peter Ball, the Avalanche guy, said that Kadri doesn't really have any interest in playing for a team that's not going to contend. So even though Buffalo has the cap space, Kadri does not want to play for a team like that. So that's going to likely be out of the question. Michael T, honestly, funny story. So last year I had this train of thought, obviously aside from what I was told, but funny story. I was in Turks and Caicos last summer when free agency was occurring. And my wife and I, the family, we kind of splurged, and we got like a private boat tour for the day. It was like 4 hours long. And the boat captain, I was just kind of talking to him and talking about living in the U.S. and sports. And oddly enough, when this going on, all the Tarasenko rumors, he tells me, he's like, I had an NHL player on my boat with his family. Same thing we did. And he's like, oh, what's his name? Vladimir Tarasenko. And then he showed me a picture on his phone of Tarasenko on his boat. And then I remember getting off the boat saying to myself, all right, that's it. Tarasenko is going to be an Islander in the next couple of days. What are the chances you go to Turks and Caicos and you hear from a boat captain that Tarasenko was on his boat? Meanwhile, all the rumors about him obviously didn't happen, but just what you said
that's
there,
the connection Anthony makes.
Is how I felt last year. But could be. Listen, he'd make the Islanders a much better team if they can get him.
Well, again, Lauren's asking a pretty good question right there. We've gone through this a couple different times. Who do you see in the Metro that made the playoffs but could miss it next season? It's either the Caps or the Penguins. It could be both. And honestly, it could be both.
Possibly.
I don't think Sidney Crosby would ever let the Penguins miss the playoffs. I think Tristan Jarry might. Speaking about goalies that are Penguins goalies, or former Penguins goalies that are good but not great and constantly get injured. I mean, Jarry is always one that gets injured. Caps with a second wild card, and again, even the Penguins were over 100 points last year, but they're gonna start out slow, get hot, get into a secure playoff position. We're all gonna think that they're gonna be great. There's gonna be an injury. They're gonna reload, and I just don't understand what the Penguins. And Mike Sullivan's a great coach, so that's why I don't think it's going to happen. It would be great. Again, Phil was here. I always love doing this to him, but it would be great. Mike Sullivan. I wonder what team had him as an assistant before he was the Penguins head coach. So, And all right. Well, let's go down to what Jesse's saying right here, which is how fast does Matthew run away from the Leafs if Matt Murray is the best they could do? Okay. I was hoping he'd run towards the Rangers, but I guess Zibanejad and Trocheck will thwart those hopes. Yeah. I mean, whenever it comes to Matthews, everybody speculates him going to the Coyotes of all freaking things.
He's not going to go play.
Yeah.
He's not going to go play for a team that's playing in a college arena for the next couple of years, holds 5,000 people, not a shot in hell. I mean, as long as the Leafs stay competitive like they are, I don't see Matthews going anywhere. But, maybe if the Coyotes were this really good team and, they had stable arena situation, maybe, but I don't see that happening.
We're gonna go back to you in a second, Donnell, but let's go over to let's go to you right now then, since Anthony already clicked on you.
I think the whole hockey world was surprised. That whole day, I mean, Pierre LeBrun and TSN and ESPN were reporting that the Devils and the Islanders were the two front runners, and the two teams left after the Flyers made it known that they weren't involved. And the Blue Jackets kind of come out of nowhere, and then Johnny Gaudreau was on Spit and Chicklets the other day, and he said how he was trying to get a deal done with the Devils, and then all of a sudden the Blue Jackets called and made an offer, and he was really intrigued, and he said to his agent, "Make this work." Just goes to show that he would have played for the Devils, but just wasn't thrilled with it. So good on the Blue Jackets and good on their fans. They deserved it after how Duchesne and Bobrovsky and Panarin and Seth Jones and PLD wanted to get out of there. It's good on them to see a star wanting to go there. So happy for them and their fans.
I agree with that 100%. I'm happy for their fans, and a lot of them were on with us in that chat afterwards. And they really did deserve it. But by the way, before we answer this one, so the short answer is a yes, Greg. He's definitely getting traded. I'll get into that in a second.
They need to sign Rasmus Sandin, and they have virtually no cap space. So
they have negative $1.5 million right now.
So I would assume Kerfoot or maybe Justin Hall, one or both have to go. Otherwise, they're going to be hard pressed to fit Rasmus in.
Yeah. And by the way, Anthony, since it's a day that ends in Y, we're going to have to mention, as normal, well, what if they trade William Nylander? Because that's always the guy that everybody will look to Toronto and go, what if they trade Nylander? Because Nylander is the guy who's got, let's see, 85 points this year. I think he had 85 points. I feel like I keep saying 85 for so many players. I think he might have been 83 points. I did the breakdown on him for the website when we were doing the blogs. I kind of went cold, everybody. I'll get back to writing soon enough. By the way, now I have to plug it. Check out BigAppleHockeyPodcast.com to read our thoughts on a lot of these things. Hey, you know what, Greg? There you go. Hall of the Kraken. That could be a possibility. Because they're going to have to sign, they're going to have to trade away Kerfoot. So they have to think that. Just one more thing about Gaudreau, Anthony. And I have to debunk some of these things. He didn't want to play for a big city team, is what some people said. Well, he was trying to play for the Flyers. We all knew this. He wanted to play for the Flyers. I don't know about you, but Philadelphia is definitely a small market. I'm pretty sure about that.
Yeah.
Or it could be the most demanding fan base in the NHL. Okay. So, you know what? It's all about the money. Well, he took less money to go to Columbus. So that one works in their favor. Yep. Oh, he didn't want to go to a rival of the Flyers or of the Flyers. Columbus is in the same division.
Yeah. So, and another thing he said, while talking to other players and stuff, they said sometimes being too close to home isn't a good thing. So he said Columbus being like 8 hours away, he said it's like a perfect thing where it's not too close. So yeah, I think
maybe an hour flight or something like that.
Maybe one of the reasons why he didn't want to play for the Devils was that's literally almost in his backyard. It's not South Jersey, but it's close enough. And Chris, to answer your question, Tkachuk doesn't have a contract right now. He's an RFA, so yeah, no, he doesn't. He doesn't have any sort of trade protection. They could trade him anywhere, but obviously, while this is a funny thought, Chicago or Arizona aren't even gonna be picking up the phone to call Calgary about him. More than likely,
No, and because you're not going to get a good package. It's that
Yeah.
simple. Like you could see a non-playoff team, say for instance, like maybe the Buffalo Sabres getting in, but you're talking about a team that would have to say, we're getting in and we're gonna make the jump. I mean, Vegas, because who knows? Hey, they got rid of Pacioretty. What's the next shiny toy? Matthew Tkachuk. There we go.
See, Rick, this isn't. I get the thought, but this isn't true. You know, like for instance, the Blues. The Blues are a very good team. They don't have cap space, but this is why Calgary takes back a contract like Brandon Jordan Kyrou. So no, he could absolutely get sent to a good team, except that team's gonna have to have Calgary take a player that has, you know, a decent contract to make it work.
I'll say this: the Blues have so many pieces that doubled their production. Like Rob Thomas doubled his production career high. Jordan Kyrou doubled his production career high. Barbashev career high. Buchnevich, who had a great season for them. Not that I'm saying that the Rangers made the bad move by getting rid of Buchnevich. I know I've been killed about that in the past. They had to trade Buchnevich. Ask a lot of hockey writers. And it's I think if they get Matthew Tkachuk, then wow, that's just then look out. And that's where I think you're right about that. You remove Tarasenko from there, and then you have to figure out who goes in that trade. So you got to give up something to get something. I know we keep saying that all the time, and you're right about that, Anthony. I keep forgetting to keep mentioning that. And then he just turned off his camera, so I'm going to keep talking for a second. Yeah, I had to turn off mine before because I left my water out on my dining room table. So that was fun. Let's say Calgary holds up a year, goes hard for McDavid when he says piss off to the Oilers. I would love to see, you know what? I'd love to see that, Chris. But on the other hand, and not that I'd love to see that. I'd love to see the storylines. But that team just made the conference finals. I almost don't know if the Oilers unrealistically raised their expectations too high. But Mike, here's the other thing. Again, what the Rangers had to do with that, you have to develop these other players. Look, if Buchnevich was still a Ranger, does Chris Kreider still have 50 goals on the season? That's another one. It's just I'm not anti-Buch. I like Buchnevich. It's just I still thought they need to promote Kakko and Lafreniere, and that's another reason why I don't think you don't need Patrick Kane on this team or big names. So there's another one. We're coming up on 1:15. Anthony's only got till 1:30, so we're gonna keep on talking right now. I haven't plugged it enough in the last little bit, so let me do that right now. Everybody, don't forget to always like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to, as they would say, Paul Rudd would say, smash that like, because we could really use it for the algorithms. You know, a slap of the base, Anthony. A slap of the base. All right. So we're going to still take more of your questions. I'm going to nix the ticker for a little bit. And also, one video I constantly promote on that ticker. One of my favorite videos I ever did was the hockey video games. Check that out. Best hockey video games of all time. Somebody cursed me out for not putting on NHL hits, but sorry, Open Ice is the better game. That's just me. Did you ever get to play Open Ice? Were you old enough for that?
What?
Were you old enough for NHL Open Ice? It was the
NHL
NBA Jam
Open
version
Ice?
of the NHL. Oh, you never got to play it?
The first hockey game. The first hockey game I played, like video game, was regular, just called ice hockey on Nintendo.
Yeah.
Remember,
I
it was
think I
like
have
the
that at
fat guy,
number.
the skinny guy.
Yeah. I think I have that at number 7.
Yeah. And then Blades of Steel. Those were like the first two
Blades of
that
Steel.
I played. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So then you were old enough to remember NHL Open Ice. Because
I don't know. I don't know what NHL Open. I don't
you don't
remember
know
that
it?
one.
All right,
though.
you gotta
No.
look it up. It was a great game. It really was a great game.
For what system?
First it was in the arcade, then they did have one for the Super Nintendo. Oh wait, no, it was PlayStation. The original PlayStation had it. Because then they.
Oh, of course I was old enough for PlayStation was.
But a lot of people don't know what it was. That's the thing. So.
No, I mean I know I didn't know what it is.
I mean, it helped me get through plenty of days at Nassau Community College when I was in between breaks and I had to go over to Nathan's that was on Old Country Road, and I would just be shoving quarters in there left and right. So, I mean, and NBA Jam, that was where I had my breaks when I was on lunch period in high school. So there you go with that. They need to re-up some of those.
This, I want a more open system. I think the system Trotz was employing was holding back offensively gifted players like Barzell. I think there's another level that he can get to, like you saw when he underdug weight. So I think Lane Lambert's going to keep a lot of Trotz's structures, but I also think he's going to give the players more offensive freedom. So we'll see. But I expect to be a more offensive team in general.
And there was just Tommy, he's on fire. But wait, there is another one that was just in there. Well, we'll go with what Noah's saying. And by the way, Fraser, welcome to the show. The only Canadian team that Matthew will go to is Ottawa because of his brother. But thoughts on Lou Lamoriello's move for Romanov? I love it. I loved it.
Yeah.
First instinct, I loved it.
I like it. 22 years old, left shot defense, exactly what they need to replace Nick Leddy that he had never done previously. He skates very well. He moves the puck. I mean, a lot of guys in Montreal called him the assassin with the way he hits. He's very physical. I think he could develop into a more physical Mikhail Sergachev. So for the Islanders, I really like the deal. But like you, I wish they got a better pick back than 98. But unfortunately, it is what it is. And also too, on the free agent market, there really weren't many left shot defensemen available. Like Klingberg was the right shot, but it was really weak in the free agent market. So I think he had no choice to go the trade route. He wasn't going to get a free agent to play the left side unless he brought back Nick Leddy. But that was really about it. There weren't really many good left-handed shooting defensemen that he could have filled. So speaking of which, Mark, are there any certain Islander players that might endorse our product?
There is one on the horizon, so that'll definitely be in the works. And that's some of the news I can't wait to share, actually. But yes, he's actually been mentioned in that last sentence. So, which, by the way, Manny, this is my first time seeing you. Welcome to the show. And that is a huge trade if that happens. Nylander, Muzzin, and Kerfoot going to Toronto for Nick Robertson and Nick Robertson going for Matthew Tkachuk. That's 4 players. I mean, just Nylander would be good enough for Matthew Tkachuk, I would think. Anthony, by the way, oh my God. First off, by the way, my heart skipped a beat because Mark totally made me just go, oh no, it's not. Anthony, by the way, do you know what's great? It would be great if we had Phil on, but instead, this is the closest we get. This is Phil commenting right here. Too much for Romanov as of right now. I look at it and go, it's a weak draft. So if that's the case, the best you can get is Romanov. Go get Romanov.
He is an RFA too, as Rick X'd this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's an RFA.
but he's not arbitration eligible, so there's only going to be an incremental raise
he's
on
not.
salary.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not going to command $4 million. It's going to be like, all right, no, it's going to be a reasonable raise. Almost like what the Rangers have with Kakko, I think.
When he says this, who's going to play the first line right wing? What?
I think he's talking about the Rangers on this one because the Rangers are the ones that have the first line right wing hole. And
He's talking about the Rangers?
I believe so with the Rangers. Well, we'll go with both teams then. We'll go with that. Because
Well, it could be any team. We're just talking about Calgary and Toronto too. So I don't know.
All right. Well, with Toronto, Toronto. I think isn't Marner a right wing? I forgot. At the moment, I'd be impressed. Or it's oh god, now his name is escaping me. The 90-year-old rookie.
Oh, Michael Bunting.
Oh, Michael Bunting. Thank you. Kid. So sometimes there's too much up here. It all gets clogged up. So again, what Phil is saying that they should have made sure that they the Toledo Mud Flaps. I by the way, speaking about which, Anthony, I believe that's where I think Lou's already extended Romanov. I think that's already done. So who's going to play first line right wing? I'm going to say that might be where Alexei Lafreniere might stick in, or that might be where Sammy Blais comes into play. The guy I'm not mentioning yet is Kakko, because I think Kakko ends up being on the third line. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Trocheck playing with Kakko. I think those two would work out better than Trocheck with Panarin. Go ahead, Ant.
No.
Yeah.
Guaranteed Krasov coming back to the Rangers. Yeah, I mean, as of right now, he's ready. He's in the States.
He's in the States. He's under contract.
Yeah. Barring
Now,
a trade of any sort, he'll be on the Rangers.
And here's another thing. What's his trade value? Nothing. He's got no trade value. You better see him on the ice. And that's where Philk is 100% right. So now, Ranger fans, Kratzov's here. He ain't going down. There's no Dryden Hunt taking his position this year. So if he gets waived, he gets claimed. And it's, I don't see the Rangers giving him up for nothing either. That's another thing. Imagine Marner and Tkachuk reunited. Were united. When were they together?
So for all you gamblers out there, because I'm certainly one of them, this betting odds, who gets traded first, Soto, Tkachuk, or Kevin Durant? Who do you think has the most odds of getting traded first?
I'm gonna go Tkachuk first, Juan Soto at the deadline, and Kevin Durant last.
Yeah, Durant's last, but Soto's plus 250. Tkachuk was second and plus 450.
Yeah, I don't think Durant goes first because the NBA you could take forever with these trades. And that's just what I think. That's a great one. By the way, actually, Anthony mentioned that as well. We do have a relationship with betus.com. Go down below in the link, and you have the link for US Bet Us. Start an account with them and then get 125% back on your deposit. Using our link on there. And also, obviously, Manscaped, promo code BAH. I gotta be better as a salesman. I do know that. I know we're getting a lot of Kratzov comments. Like Jesse's saying it right now. What a waste last year was for Kratzov. He could have been with his team all season and established himself. But he didn't want to go to Hartford, and with good reason, both ways. Like He didn't want to go to Hartford. He felt he made the Rangers, and the Rangers sort of lied to him. Philk has been over this several times. And I mean, I personally, I think, I just think Kravtsov, bite your tongue, come back in here, play, and either you're playing for the New York Rangers, a new deal, because it's only one-way deal. And I got to check if he's RFA or UFA after this. But I think it's RFA. It's definitely RFA.
RFA.
Yeah. So it's like I closed my cap friendly. What a
I would
brilliant
say
move that was.
He's going to be on the team. I would be really surprised if the Rangers waived him, or I mean that would be the end of the relationship for good. If Drury and the training camp tried to demote him again, I think it would be over at this point. I think this is his real chance to make the team. So
And he would be moved for someone else first.
Yeah,
he would be moved for someone else that could fill a role. So, by the way, just to let you know this I love when people say this, but David's talking about Durant and he said New Jersey, not remembering that they're in Brooklyn now.
Yeah.
It's been over 10 years. Don't worry, David. I say that they're in New Jersey all the time. But New Jersey doesn't want to trade Durant, so he'll be the last to be traded. I think you're right about that one. David Green is asking, we're like passing basketball fans. So hold on a second. Anthony, can Durant go to LeBron James's team? Because that's what it seems like all these guys end up going. So
yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. I don't follow basketball at all, so I really can't tell you.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he ended up in Phoenix. That would be the answer I'll give you, because they're good right now. I'm going to skip ahead and go back for a second because Steve wants to say the Islanders blow, the Rangers suck, Flyers swallow, Devils, baby. Well, welcome to the show, Steve. And the Devils certainly did improve. Although, like I keep saying, I think you're going to have a different coach by Thanksgiving. Joe is saying, I love Kakko's work along the boards. Goals aren't coming yet, so he's creating his worth, grinding the boards. But again, he got injured. I think he is tough and goals will come. Joe, I've been saying that a while. I think you're right. I'll leave it at that. Because, Rick, who are the Nets? I don't know. They've been kind of irrelevant for a while, even when they've been trying to be relevant. 81 of you guys in the chat as we're doing our Q&A still. Although we only got like a few more minutes of Anthony, and probably I'll go a few more minutes after that. And Anthony, you know what I always love? I love seeing this one because I don't even know how to pronounce the name, but it's always great to say we're going global with this baby. So, all right. Mario, I don't see it with Gauthier at all. I think Gauthier is gone.
Yeah, I don't see it either.
And by the way, so Steve's bringing this up right here. Let's go to this one, Anthony. I said new coach. This is where Andrew Brunette is perfect, I think.
Yeah, he would step right in. I agree with that.
Because Florida, I said before with them, if they're in win now mode, Brunette's not the guy. Because Brunette has to learn being a head coach. Usually head coaches 1 or 2 years in don't win Stanley Cups. This, on the other hand, Brunette can make his mistakes and develop. Because when you have coaches developing at the pro or that are at the pro level, they have to develop too. People forget about that. Yeah. Some of them, they develop well.
A learning curve for sure.
Yeah, like look at Jared Bednar. He was fantastic.
He worked his way from the ECHL. Yeah, he was great. He was a great story.
Look at John Cooper. John Cooper got his team to the conference finals within a few years, but then couldn't get over the hump for the Stanley Cup for another 5. So there's another one.
Speaking of Tampa Bay, I don't understand with all the extensions that they gave that kick in next year. How are they gonna? I don't understand how they're gonna get under the cap. Like I feel like they're gonna have to move a whole slew of people.
I don't know. That's a great question. There's a lot of people that would have to move, and it's funny, Anthony. We were doing our free agent coverage. I looked up and I was just like, well, you got Braden Point. He's got he doesn't have a no move clause on his contract. But, oh my God, could you imagine saying I just traded Braden Point?
Yeah, I would say Killorn. Killorn would definitely go. But I mean, the other extension they gave Chernak, Sorelli, Sergachev. It's going to be interesting to see how they navigate that.
I'm going to go back to that window. See if I'm going to find that again. History. Where's cap friendly? Because again, it's scary looking at Tampa Bay. Well, it's first off, it's scary looking at Tampa Bay. That's a different story. But it's scary looking at Tampa Bay. They got to make up $7 million. Somebody, a few somebody's got to go, and it's not just Alex Killorn. Because Alex Killorn, here we go, modified no move clause, starting July 1st. So right now, he submits a 16-team no trade list. That's one. That gets $4.5 million off. Anthony, there's a lot more. They're gonna have to figure out. I mean, Ross Colton's gonna be a free restricted free agent next year as well. So they just re-signed Sergachev, and he's making 4.8 right now. They just signed Ian Cole. That's not gonna be enough. Chernak is signed with an extension on top of that. He's making 2.9 right now. Philippe Myers, it sounds like they're keeping him. I have no idea how, 2.5, but you can get back under the cap by getting rid of Killorn and Philippe Myers. And then try to ride it out with Hayden Fleury, I guess. I don't know. Does that even give him enough defensemen? I don't know.
I think losing Jan Rota is going to hurt them, honestly.
Yeah. And he went to Pittsburgh as well.
Yep. And McDonough. But all right, Mark, I gotta sign off. Gotta go pick up the little one from summer camp. So
I know.
Appreciate everyone who tuned in. We love it.
We got 64 of you right now.
Yep. Hopefully we'll be back next week. Maybe even sooner if something big enough happens. Who knows? But Mark, enjoy the rest of your time, and I'll reach out to you shortly after this. Keep you in the loop about
about the other stuff. Hopefully we'll be getting some more good news soon. All right. Because after all, everybody, we are growing, and we're growing because of you. So thank you all very much. We had 80 people in the stream today. Can't say enough about how we're growing as a channel. We had 10 subscribers alone from this one broadcast. So again, thank you all very much. Even the Devils fans, happy to see the Devils fans. And as I hit my own microphone right there. So we're starting to branch out with other things. Here's a little prototype of a shirt that I got earlier in the day. Anthony throwing up the Godfather Lou right there. But Rick, we're going to answer a few more questions and we're going to go. Kucherov does have a full no move clause. Stamkos has got a full no move clause. Let me just go to Stamkos real quick on here. Yeah, they got, and Kucherov submits a 10-team no trade list in 2025. So he ain't moving anywhere. Steven, I think the Devils, we'll see about their goaltending. Because I thought Mackenzie Blackwood was going to be really good, but we're going to be right there. Joe, thank you very much, and have a great day. And again, it would be great if it would, just again, thank you. I lost my train of thought midway through that sentence. So, and everybody like, share, subscribe. Let me go back to Rick for a second, and I see another comment down below. And let me just get that one back up. All right. First, let's start with this one. Montgomery is the new coach that's there, Jim Montgomery. And it's surprising that he's with the Bruins again. So I don't know, but he did a pretty good job with Dallas. But I mean, Rick Bowness is the one that got him to the Stanley Cup Finals. So it's going to be there. And he's going to have a tough sledding his first season because Marchand is out for a while with his hip surgery, and so is double hip surgery, and I think so is McAvoy. So Long Island's own McAvoy. Let's go to this one. Some dude, hi, first time I'm seeing you, and nice avatar. I forgot what his name is in Toy Story. It's there. If you're the Blues, would you trade Jordan Kyrou for Matthew Tkachuk, my answer is no. I said this earlier in the day that Jordan Kyrou, I think, is starting to really butt into a star. And I would not even budge from Matthew Tkachuk, even though it would be a great way of him getting back to the team that his dad played on and was fantastic. Sorry, no. Jordan Kyrou is way too good of a player. You can have my scraps. And as Anthony said, when I said, oh, you could have Barbashev, and we'll talk about some other players there and first round draft picks, they want to try to pluck him. No, that's my answer. And yeah, no problem, Rick. All right, Steve. And by the way, anybody that's watching or participating in a hockey chat, Bauer is a perfect last name for it. Rumor deal, Matt Tkachuk to the Blues. Islanders first in 2024 to the Blues for Tarasenko. Kyrou Bo to the and that first to the Flames. Got it. The Islanders get a second from the Flames. So that's a pretty good three-way deal. I'll be honest with you on that one. Because then the Islanders get the score that they want. I still look, I wouldn't trade Kyrou, but if that's what it's going to take to get Matt Tkachuk, fine. Let's go to the Blues for a second. You know what? Well, let me just announce it. I'm going to go to 2:00, everybody. So thanks for staying with me. And I'll sign off right there. And notice I said 2:00. Everyone else, that's one of the repeat people, because I generally will say 10 more minutes and be on for half an hour. So I'm going to go right to 2:00. All right. Kyrou, as of right now, he's making $2.8 million and is a restricted free agent. So there you go. I mean, and Rob Thomas is getting a huge raise next year. He's going from 2.8 million to 8.1. So now I know why everybody's really looking at Jordan Kyrou. And he is a right wing. Tkachuk is a winger. You know what? That might have to happen. It might have to happen. Yeah. See, this is usually what ends up happening right there. I end up having a Jameson later on in the night, and next thing you know, I'm here for a while. Yeah, you know what? It could happen. It could happen. You know, now I'm with you on this, Steve. Okay, see how quickly that just changed. Because the Blues, if you look at their economics, I know Ryan O'Reilly, his contract is coming up. There's $7.5 million off the books. Tarasenko, $7.5 million coming off the books, but he's going to be age 30. He's had injury concerns. Tkachuk would be a natural fit to fit in on them. And some dude, 100% right on that one. There are those players that you know as even a fan in another base, and I keep on saying we're still fans. We're also hockey pundits now. There are players I would jump on in a heartbeat to get on my team. And yes, Matthew Tkachuk would be one of them. But again, Jordan Kyrou is one of them. So I think that's one of them. So, but Tkachuk is that. I don't know if he's a 100-point player on the Blues, because after all, I mean, you want a great article. Check out the one that Keith Tkachuk said. If you talk to me when you get to 100 points. That was great. It was great ribbing from, in my opinion, his Hall of Fame father, but we'll see if he ever makes it there. Definitely USA Hockey Hall of Famer. But you look at some of these other contracts the Blues have. Jesus Christ, every single Blue defenseman is signed to $6.5 million. 6.5 for Falk, 6.5 for Krug, 6.5 for Parenko, $4 million for Nick Leddy, and 3.2 for Scandella. So that's a lot. The biggest problem for the Blues is going to be Jordan Binnington. Can he get back to being the guy that won a Stanley Cup with them? I'm trying to see whether they can shed salary that's not named. That Tarasenko deal that you guys all mentioned, that would be the deal that would actually do it. Then you bring back Matthew Tkachuk. Yeah, you lose Kyrou, but you know something? Barbashev, hell of a player. Nola Chari is there now. He's a great bottom six forward. No, this is all good. So, yeah, that's $3 million with Scandella is too much. I've always liked Scandella, and Blues fans hate Scandella. But again, David, I always go to this. There's always a guy on your team, no matter how good your team is, that you're always going to say, get that guy off my team, even if he produces. For me, that was Ryan Strome this year. I'm not going to lie. It's probably been Ryan Strome the last 2 years because, as I've said over and over again, Ryan Strome is the answer. What the hell is a question? So let's get back to some of these. Yeah, Rick Nash. Nashville. Though we're talking about untradeable players for a minute. And by the way, McDonough going to the Predators, I made this prediction. Even though he doesn't have that much left in the tank, I'm not sure on that. But I did say I think he's going to end up freeing up Roman Josi this year, and Roman Josi might have an even better season. I would not be surprised. That's a hot take. How about that one? Tampa's done. I don't know about Tampa being done. I'll wait to throw dirt on Tampa. It's going to take a while. When the Rangers were up 2-0 over Tampa, I still wasn't throwing dirt on them. And when the Rangers were up 2-0 in Game 3, I still wasn't throwing dirt on them. All right. Tom, hi. This is the first time I'm seeing you on here. Welcome to the show. I think the Islanders will try to make a move to improve. For free agents, they're going for JG or nothing, but we're thinking of a trade. Yeah, I think they were trying to get Johnny Gaudreau at their price and knowing that they really couldn't do that much, although I still think trading Josh Bailey and Beauvillier was still a good possibility. Lou did not want to budge from that number, and I think Gaudreau was starting to see that wasn't going to happen. Columbus makes sense for him, even though Columbus has to do some salary cap juggling right now because they only have 3.4 on the cap. They have like next to no cap space, and they still got to sign Patrick Laine. So there's that. And again, Tom, if you watch my video I made this weekend on whenever I do a solo show, I call it NHL Snipes, but it's Lou is not a guy that believes in free agents. He likes to make trades. If you go on Cap Friendly right now, everybody that it says signed, they were re-signed, not signed by Lou. They were re-signed. And I'll point to the Islanders right now. There isn't a single player on that team that the guy that signed, let's see, Anders Lee, that's a re-sign. Pajot was a trade, then a sign. Palmieri was acquired and then re-signed. Cizikas, he re-signed. Matt Martin re-signed. Johnson re-signed. Parise is the only one that really signed, and he's a 35+ contract that's Lou already knew all about him. All of the defensemen are acquired via trade or through the draft, and Simeon Varlamov is the only one who is a free agent. So again, Lou does not believe in free agents being the core of your team. He was in on Artemi Panarin. He was in on Johnny Gaudreau. It's just he's also going to say, this is my value, and then it's going to be it. All right. Let's go to some more of these. But yeah, there's always somebody that Blues defensemen could say. But you know what? At least I could say this for you, that Justin Falk finally showed up from his days in Columbus. And his numbers this year eclipsed his total of his first 2 seasons as a St. Louis Blue. Well, Joe, I think part of that had to do with matchups, by the way. I think that was a big factor. Yeah, and Manny, I'm thinking to myself, if that actually does happen, my God, Matthew Tkachuk just destroyed their line. Now, to put this in perspective, let me get you guys the exact number real quick as I keep talking. But their line in Calgary last year of Gaudreau, him, and I'm blanking on the center at a moment, but hold on, I'll be right there. But they were like a plus 167. They were absolutely mind-boggling, ridiculous. And Elias Lindholm, there we go. I got to get that number for you guys. A plus, no, I said 167 plus 183. There you go. And let me just share this screen with you so that way you don't have to watch me look at it. Could you, and Austin Matthews, who's an even better defensive center than Lindholm, and that says a lot. Here's the article I'm referring to. This is on BigAppleHockeyPodcast.com. You can check it out. It was this was written obviously before the Johnny Gaudreau trade, and there's Goodbranson right there, who is, I guess, him and Gaudreau really were that tight. But Eric Goodbranson going to Columbus with him, and if you look all the way down here, reasons to be pessimistic. Johnny Gaudreau's UFA status was another one. They did have this player, Roy Currens. I was seeing in the minor leagues, 43 goals. I don't know if he's ready to fill Gaudreau's shoes just yet. But I don't know about the title either, but that was the best I could come up with. Smoky future for the Flames. So John Gabriel Pajot makes, I think it's $5 million. Let me just double check that number. It is $5 million for the next 3 years. 3 years? 3 years. He's making it until 2026. So 4 years. So there we go. Granny, hey. The Wild could trade Zook and Dumba for Tkachuk. Wow. That would be quite a trade. And you know what? That would make Kaprizov really happy. Wow, that's actually really good. That would be really good. I don't know. Their salary. I talk about teams that are in salary cap hell. The cap penalties for the Wild for this season and next season, and I believe the next 3 years. Yeesh. I'm going to go to them real quick just to bring that up to you guys so that way you know what I'm talking about. The cap penalties for they have a dead cap hit of $20 million right now. That is yikes, because they're buying out it's $12 million this season. Next season it's 14.743, and in 2025, 14.743. So the Wild, who are kind of trying to keep that win now window open, it's still tough, and it gets easier in 2026 because it's only 1.6 million. But, and sort of like, hey, Ranger fans can tell you, just they got $3.4 million worth of cap penalties this year. It was Dan Girardi, who they bought out in order to get Kevin Shattenkirk, who they brought in, and then bought him out and promoted Tony DeAngelo. And here we are. We got 70 of you watching the stream right now. Thank you all very much for joining me on this Wednesday afternoon. It was me and Anthony. So you're down to me. And I said I was going to go to 2 o'clock. You guys are going to make me go to 2:15, aren't you? Oh, killing me. Oh, Dave. I live in Missouri, and oh, wait, hold on. Oh, sorry. That was in the private chat. I thought I was getting a news break right there. David, I live in Missouri, and man, my Blues fans complain about him constantly. Yeah, there's a lot of guys there's always a whipping boy for every single team. New York Islander fans, is yours Josh Bailey? I think it is, because there's a lot of guys. They just use him to whip on it. Strome also playing hurt cost us and matchups. Yeah, Strome playing hurt was not good. Strome not getting any empty nets also was not good. Let me just see if I can remind fans about that one more time. Oh, look. Yes, I can. Like, that was Strome. That was Strome his entire career. And I'm sorry that the comment is blocking it. There you go, Ranger fans. That's showing Ryan Strome at his absolute pinnacle. All right, let's get some more of these, and then. All right, yeah, we got 8 more minutes, guys. We got 8 more minutes. 68 of you joining me right now. Thank you all very much. You guys are listening to me. It's you poor guys, poor ladies. I saw Alyssa and I got Granny in the chat. So, Matt, let me go with this one. Theory: Islanders firing Trotz was a signal to free agents that the old stodgy defense first mentality was open to change. Okay. But you know what's better than getting more offense? Wins. That's part of the problem. Now, I still, that's one of those ones I still debunk a little bit because I still think Trotz deserved a better send-off than what he got. And you're talking about the second most successful coach in Islander history. And he was kind of dismissed. I thought there should have been a press conference announcing a parting of ways, even if Lou was just firing him. Like, that's okay. And from what I hear, there's a lot of, like, it was amiable, forget which word it is, breakup. And it's just, if that's the case, and Lou did him a solid, so he got paid the rest of his contract for one more year, fine. But still, some things just don't pass the sniff test with this. And if you're doing it to try to say, hey, come sign with us, then it didn't work because Lou's not signing anybody. And you can't tell me nobody's interested in the Islanders. Like, this is not your grandfather's Islanders. This is not the team playing in Nassau Coliseum that was rotting away in the late 90s. And Pickett was desperately trying to find somebody. And John Spano, the less I say about him, the better for Islander fans. It's just, it's stuff that you don't want to remember. And then they're in a new building. They got new facilities. You can't tell me that the Islanders are not an attractive destination right now. So for nobody, they couldn't find anybody. They couldn't get Burakovsky to come in. And Lane Lambert was one of his coaches in Washington as well. All right. Randy's saying Tkachuk would make a great Bruin, and they have a bunch of guys that could go. Yeah, he would be a great Bruin, but I think it would. You want to talk about a team with salary cap problems all over the place? The Bruins are paying a lot of guys. The Bruins are paying a lot of guys. They do have $22 million worth of dead cap space. Jesus Christ, how the hell they got $22 million worth of dead cap space? All right. Well, still looking for it, but you got to resign Pasta, who's on that 6.666. Wow, that's a lot of 6.6s for that deal. Marchand is making 6.1. They still have to resign Patrice Bergeron or bring in someone else. They have $4.7 million worth of cap space right now. So it's, I don't know if you're fitting in Matthew Tkachuk right there. Wicked saying, personally, I don't want to see Gaudreau. He's older and had a career year on a stacked Avalanche team. Not sure if that production would replicate on the Isles. It wouldn't, but they, you know what? They need something. Now, I don't know if it's center, though. Anthony said it best. The Islanders have pretty good center depth, and I agree with that. I've said it for the last few years. Now, I don't know how good Casey Zizekas and Pajot are going to be. Pajot is still 29. He must have been dealing with injuries or something. He had a very bad season. That guy, I will remember JGP for two reasons. One being the pest that he is. I would take him on my team in a heartbeat. And also, unfortunately, I always have to flip the bird or say F you, JG Pajot, for that 4-goal game he had in game 2 versus the Rangers in 2017. Which, by the way, was actually the first date I had with my former fiance. So she did not appreciate when I announced that I was that we were engaged, and I mentioned the Rangers in there. Seriously, I was doing it as a comparison of how it was the Rangers losing a playoff game, and it was like one of the best days of my life. Maybe that's the reason why she's a former fiance. So, guys, do not do that. Frazier, you're right about that. They had to get rid of Fiala, and Fiala might have a real good season with the Los Angeles Kings. Speaking about another guy over 80 points. I saw JGP shopping at Whole Foods with his wife, a really cool guy. Yeah, you know what? That's one thing. There's a lot of those guys that are really cool. What happens with Kaprizov? I heard he's had issues with an ID or something. I'm not 100% clear on that. I know he was trying to get out of Russia to avoid mandatory military service. I've talked about this before. There's a lot of moving parts that go with this. And I'm just going to skip ahead on that, some dude, and just say, thank God I'm an American. And I don't have to worry about that at the moment. So who's a better fit with Barzy, Tarasenko, or Tkachuk? Steven, by the way, I think this is the first time I'm seeing your name. Welcome to the show. Or maybe I've seen it before and I just forgot it for a second. Who's a better fit? Either one of those guys would be a great fit. Because Tkachuk is going to do a lot more dirty work. And Tarasenko is just an absolute sniper. If the Honors could work it out, I would get Tkachuk, if absolutely possible. But either one is fine. Either one is a good idea. Oh boy, and we already got the 2:15 coming out. Oh, got 2 more minutes. Yeah, this is about the Bailey whipping boy. Yes, it's Bailey for sure. He is also the most loyal to the franchise, though. Has been around for years. And by the way, here's another thing, Tom. Bailey was a pretty good playoff player. He had a lot of big goals other than the one that Tristan Jarry put on his stick in Game 5 last year. I still cannot believe that play he made. Any young hockey players out there should know that if you're a goalie, you should definitely pass the puck up the middle when you're outside your own net. And Penguins fans, when you tune into me, you wonder why I doubt Tristan Jarry. I mean, the goals he gave up in Game 7, not really as much. Okay, agree about matchups? Joe is saying, you mean the Cirelli line? Hell yeah. And that's why it's important that the Rangers upgraded from Ryan Strome, because it's going to help the Rangers defensively with Vinny Trocheck. He was like, and do you remember Bob Gainey of the Habs? Very similar, but Gainey was the best defensive forward I ever saw play. Joe, yeah. I mean, a lot of people say that about Bob Gainey. I mean, and speaking about with the Rangers, like the Rangers compared Manny Malhotra to Bob Gainey. Ugh. I mean, Malhotra was a real good player, and I still love saying that name, Manny Malhotra, but no, it's just that. But Wicked, you're talking about your whipping boy. So yeah, anybody from any other fan bases that are in this chat right now, if you guys got whipping boys on your team, throw them all down there. By the way, if you're the 77 that are watching us right now or watching me at the moment, it's usually more than just me. So don't worry about that. We're going to be covering hockey all the way through the summer. We're not going to any cottages or on vacations, although I am going to Nashville and Kentucky at the end of August and can't wait for that. Going to do the Bourbon Road Trail. So 79 of you watching right now. Wicked was saying minus Bailey and Chara when he was there, Mayfield and Green when he was there. Lee is also rising up that list, but Lee is going to rise up that list because it's just the way it is. Matt is asking, what GM out would be out there for the Isles? Hey, Garts, no. Anthony actually answered this question earlier. I would have to check all the assistants that are out there right now. There's a lot of good assistants out there. So we'll eventually, I guess, do an article about that soon enough. And let's get forward. Yeah, again, Joe, Barry Trotz is a hell of a coach. And I, for one, I am a big fan of Gerard Gallant and very happy with him. So I feel like Trotz had a lot going on with his family and wanted to leave. See, that's the thing. But again, why would you fire him? But then again, it's just to get him money. Okay. Could have done it anyway, I guess. I don't know. Still could have done it with a press conference. Zach, hi. Welcome to the show right here. And any thoughts on trading for JT Miller? Now, if it's for the New York Rangers, hell no. I keep going back to this. You have to do something with Lafreniere and Kakko. I go back to it over and over again. Also, the Rangers had JT Miller. I've seen that movie. It's not that good. And has he learned and grown as a player? Maybe. I don't know. But I think he's just good on the Bruce Boudreau. Bruce Boudreau is an offensive coach. Bruce Boudreau is a damn good coach. I mean, I can't say enough for him. If there's one coach out there other than the one that's coaching the team I root for to win the Stanley Cup, it would be Bruce Boudreau. Find anyone involved in hockey that says anything bad about Bruce Boudreau. So is it thoughts on trading for JT Miller? I don't like it because JT Miller's got 100 points this year. I don't think you'll ever see 100 points again. You get the Ranger fans that are saying right now, like Chris Kreider is never going to score 50. I'm not sure about that. I think Chris Kreider could. And he had a couple changes in his game. That's a video that I still have to make to point out to everybody. Because watching him all year, it was definitely a different Chris Kreider. But this is now, on the other hand, when the Islanders were rumored to be in the JT Miller sweepstakes and at the draft, I thought that would be a great move for the Islanders because they could use him. I don't know. I still think Vancouver is nuts to let him go. And, that team was real good last year. I keep saying two most dangerous teams that did not make the playoffs were the New York Islanders and the Vancouver Canucks. And I put the Canucks at number 1 because the Canucks were just a hell of a team. Bob Gainey got a lot of PR because of Montreal. Jan Eriksson or the Rangers is also really good. Yep. Extremely good. One of the best of all time. And also, don't forget, Yari Curry, one of the best of all time. Span almost worked. Almost. Well, there was a lot of lies. Mike, I agree with you 100%. Just say no to JT Miller. And I'm going to go so far to say I'd rather have TJ Miller on this team before JT Miller. And, I mean, other than him being Erlich Bachman in Silicon Valley and a little bit in Deadpool. Other than that, TJ Miller wasn't that great. Let's just keep going because we're talking about Bob Gainey right here. Bailey did pick it up late last year. Yeah. A girl came to visit me during on the range play. I walked in the front. I walked her in the front door. Oh, wait, hold on. A girl... D, this is a great story. A girl came to visit me last during a Ranger Islander playoff game. I walked into the door within a few minutes. I didn't even realize that she came over until she called me later. Yeah, no, and that had to be a while ago because the Islanders and Rangers haven't played since '94. Yeah, Kreider is definitely Philks whipping. Well, actually, no. Wow. For everybody watching, who's going to be Philks whipping boy this year? Because he doesn't have Patrick Nemeth anymore. Still getting Jacob Trouba, and then maybe it'll be Kreider. And there goes my pen. So, and one reason why I have to have this is because I end up doing this. If you guys haven't happened to notice, Brady Tkachuk. I think that, or the free who'd be your whipping boy on the Senators. Yeah. Although, you know what? And that he's a hell of a player, though. Oh, man. Dumba with the Wild. Yeah, because everybody expects Dumba to always be this great thing. Lou, by the way, hey, thanks for joining the show. And I think you're right. I think the Islanders should go for Vladimir Tarasenko. And it's just now that asking price is going to be up. So we're going to see about that. Because here's Tom. Here's the reason why. Because Phil used to have, if you want a good watch, we did NHL Halloween costumes, which we're gonna do every single year. And for Philk, his was Chris Kreider as Kreider the Friendly Ghost, and it was because Philk says he can show up and dominate, and then he could disappear at times. And it's because the type of game Chris Kreider plays, he would end up playing on the outside a lot more. This year, Chris Kreider, if Ranger fans, do you remember him taking that wrist shot from outside the dots as much this year? No. And when he did, it was to set up him getting into the house in order to make another play. His deflections at the side of the net have been greatly improved. And his, like, they've generated more ways to get him rebounds and open shots in front of the net. And look no further than his last goal of the season, which was, I believe it was a Zibanejad one-timer rebound that just didn't go anywhere, and he just put it right in the net. Rangers had the 2-0 lead over Tampa, and we know how that ended. But Dave is saying, I met Manny Malhotra years ago when I was a kid, part of the New York Rangers Kid Club. Really nice guy. Took time for pictures up at the Rye practice facility. Yes. This year, but most years he comes and goes. But Chris, I do think he found consistency now in his game, because now he's going to be, and look, guys that play that type of game, they're going to be inconsistent at times too, because if you're relying on deflections and rebounds, your deflections don't always go in, but you're going to the dirty area. That's what it is. So there you go. And Joe, right about that. It took him 9 years. But after all, one of my friends, Tommy, if you're still in the chat, Hicksville, great. Timmy Kirkostas, who said to me, 2 players, he always said, they're going to be big. They're going to be big time players that the Rangers drafted. One of them was Mark Savard. And unfortunately, the Rangers gave up on him too quickly. And the other one is Chris Kreider. So we'll see about that. And Tom, I think you're right. I think Kreider should be the captain. A lot of Ranger fans debate on that. I think Gallant is a good in-game coach. He's not afraid to make decisions like in-game. Kind of reminds me of a better version of Tortorella. Guys want to rip Tortorella. Tortorella was a great coach for the Rangers. Patty Kane at the deadline seems very likely now. Patty Kane anywhere would be very likely. And he's got the hammer. And I know 3 teams that are on his wish list. Yeah, I'd like it to be more physical, but easy. By the way, Bobby Ganoush, how we doing? I could see him getting 30, 40 goals over the next seasons and being a late bloomer. Yeah. Because again, now he's the best thing he did was falling out of love with that wrist shot. Sort of like every one of my ex-girlfriends falling out of love with me. So it's a low-hanging fruit, everybody. It's an easy joke. Anyway, when someone hits him, then he plays harder. Yeah, an angry Chris Kreider is always about better. Oh, no. If you ask Wayne Gretzky, Joe, Yari Curry is one of the best defensive forwards of all time. And a lot of his offense came from his defense. Kreider needs to drive the net a little bit more. Breakaways. He actually, I think only had two goals on Deeks this year. I think Mike is saying, I think the Islanders are done. The division improved a lot. I think the Islanders not so much, unless Lou, I think it's Lou over Joe, has some secret deals we don't know about yet. I think there's definitely going to be a handshake trade in there somewhere right now. Hey, 67 of you still watching right now. Thank you very much. And by the way, once again, don't forget to, I'm going to go back to this because I always got to keep going back. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Especially hit that like. Slap the base. So once again, getting back to some of your comments right here. Matthew Tkachuk would obviously be great, but in no world can we afford him. This is the Rangers. Yes, in no world the Rangers can afford him. Because again, Jacob Trouba's got a no-move clause, guys. And everybody that wants to preach to how good Jeff Gorton was as a GM, Jacob Trouba at $8 million for 8 years and a full no-move clause for the first 5. Come on. I mean, it's I will answer that one in a second, Wicked. I got to get up to you on that one. And yeah, that would be great. TJ Miller was great as Stainer, and she's out of my league. Yeah, she's out of my league. Speaking about a movie that was a lot of low-hanging fruits. I guess I should remove that so that way you guys could see. Oh, by the way, hey guys, what do you think about this? Is a prototype for the shirt. It's just the Big Apple hockey head. By the way, first person I have to credit for the Big Apple hockey head, Joe Williams, my brother, for the design. And eventually, if we're successful enough and Big Apple Sports becomes a thing, then that's where you get to see more different versions of those apples that are out there. I liked TJ Miller in Deadpool because I thought he was a great sidekick for it. Who is Anthony's whipping boys? Ooh. I don't think it's Josh Bailey. I got to ask Anthony about that. I will get to that eventually. And oh, wait, hold on. Jeremy Rutherford on Twitter is saying we got a breaking news, sort of. Not really a big surprise, everybody. Matthew Tkachuk telling the Flames he won't re-sign long-term, trade likely, according to sources. The story is open for everyone to read. This is from Jeremy Rutherford on Twitter right now. And so we got that. Yeah, D, it's definitely Jay Gardner for you guys. By the way, next year, I think I might try to catch a game in Carolina. And I hear it's great tailgate. So I can't wait to see what that's going to be like. We started a segment last year called Mark on the Road where I'm going to different stadiums. Unfortunately, the Vegas one, I didn't get to do too much for that because it was the All-Star game and my plane arrived at 3:30 in the morning, the day of the skills competition. But we're going to interview some fans, talk to fans around the league and around the different stadiums. So got to talk to some Tampa fans. You know, the Tampa fans were great. You guys were phenomenal when I was there. Nobody got in my face for no reason. Too bad if we get Tarasenko now, that would be a year too late. His price was so much higher now than last year. Too bad so many Islander fans argued over getting him, excluding Anthony. Yes, by the way, one thing I got to remind Anthony is he does all of his opinions on all things Islanders. It's like, yeah, we got the Big Apple hockey page. Just throw it over there. Fortunately, all things Islanders is from a friend of mine who we're our partners in this whole thing. So they're like a sister page. David is saying they should put Loff on the left wing and move Kreider to right wing so Loff is more comfortable producing. And you know what? And more important than Kreider having another 50-goal season, I'll tell you one thing. The reason why this might be plausible is because, and they did try it with Kreider on the right wing at one point, that Kreider is moved a lot to the off wing with on 5-on-5. And you could see that with a lot of the goals. Again, I got to make this video for the Kreider goals still. But Kreider moving the off wing opened him up for his wrist shot on that side where he's picking glove half the time. But all of his distance goals came from being on the right wing. So that might be true. And I know what the dig on him was early in his career, but Chris Kreider has become a very good defensive player. And a very good two-way player. Louis is saying, I know the Islanders need a scorer, but they should not trade Bo. He has so much potential. I feel Bo, Wally, and Barzell are going to have big years. Look, if you don't trade Anthony Beauvillier, that's fine. But Anthony Beauvillier makes the previous 8-year Chris Kreider look like he was a consistent goal scorer. Beauvillier is incredibly streaky. It's PPs. Kreider needs to hit the Michigan. And by the way, Tyler, I see you. I'm going to get to that one in a second. When it was Thanksgiving, doing the Thanksgiving showdown versus the Boston Bruins, and Kreider attempted the Michigan, that's where I just went, he is on another level of confidence right now. And sure enough, look, guys, the man led the NHL in goal scoring at the All-Star break. And if not for Austin Matthews absolutely catching fire, Chris Kreider was in shouting distance of the Rocket. But, of course, Austin hit 60. And Austin Matthews, who knows? We might be talking about him as one of the greatest American goal scorers of all time, if we aren't already. Those tip-ins, yeah. And those tip-ins, starting from game 1 versus the Capitals, where they had that set play that he goes to the left post, fades, or he'll start in front of the net and just go to the left post or just off the left post. And then it's either Panarin or at that time on opening day, it was Ryan Strome who hit him with the play and tipped it right in the net. Actually, it could have been Adam Fox. I'd rather it be Adam Fox. I don't want to ever say good things about Ryan Strome. That was my whipping boy. Anyway, Tyler is saying, by the way, Tyler, hey, welcome to the show. If Matthew Tkachuk left Calgary, where do you think he goes and for how long? I think wherever he goes, that's a great question. See, the thing is, I think a lot of teams got a budget. They got a budget. I don't know how it's going to be. If he goes anywhere, he's signing a 7-year deal, I think, if not 8. I'm trying to remember if you can go 8 years after you've been traded. There might be some legal jargon in there that you just can't. But all right, but you know what? You're pressing me on an answer. I still think St. Louis Blues would be his first choice, and that's where Calgary is going to try to accommodate him. There's going to be a phantom team in here soon. There always is. And don't underestimate the Detroit Red Wings. Steve Yzerman is lurking in the weeds. And while we're at it, and I got him open, so let's go there, because that's what everybody tunes in for. They tune in to watch me go to Cap Friendly, but they're wasting your time. Sorry about that. At least my internet's high speed. The Detroit Red Wings still have $10.296 million of cap space. They can easily make trades and acquire Matthew Tkachuk. And they really aren't tied up on contracts. The Dylan Larkin next year, Tyler Bertuzzi. If you get Matthew Tkachuk next year, you could say goodbye to Tyler Bertuzzi, unless he's even in the deal. There you go. So there's $4.7 million going off the books, and they still have $10 million of cap space. I'm looking at some of their other, because this is the other thing. When you look at some of these things, it can't just be for right now. The GM has to look for whatever next year is. So, for instance, Ranger fans, when you talk about the New York Rangers getting Matthew Tkachuk, my first question is, that's great. What are you doing with K'Andre Miller and Alexei Lafreniere? Because they're due raises next year. You know who else is? Philip Hedl. So that's why when you talk about the Jacob Trouba contract being an albatross, him and Kreider, their no move clauses go down to partial no moves in 2024. And that's going to make things interesting, because then the Rangers, if they can move those contracts, it's $14 million off the cap. So, but again, I know it's hard to say after all the praise I just gave Chris Kreider. I mentioned that. But Kreider's had way much more success shooting too, though, this year. Yeah, but in tight. That's it. D, by the way, thank you. Have a great one. Fanatic, hi. First time seeing you. Welcome to the show. Flames should try to trade Tkachuk to Tampa Bay for points or to NYI for Barzell. Either one of those wouldn't be bad options for all involved. But the problem is with Tampa, there's still $7 million over the cap right now, and that doesn't even account into all the extensions that they signed in. I mean, one guy that's got his homework cut out is Brisebois in Tampa. I almost called him Patrice Brisebois, but that was an old defenseman from the Montreal Canadiens. It's Julien Brisebois. So there we go. Turk needs to either name a captain or act like a captain. Captain by committee is not a formula for success. You know what? I agree with you, but I think, unfortunately, I think that's just the way the Rangers work in their room. They don't want to. I think they almost don't want somebody to be the captain. Panarin took himself out of the running. Kreider, I don't think, wants to be the captain to offend Zibanejad. I don't think Zibanejad wants to be the captain to offend Kreider or anything like that. I use the word offend. I'm trying to think of what else I could use for him. By the way, Dave, you're right about that one. Remember when Elvis Merzlikins chirped him and Kreider scored 2 goals? Yep. That's the best Chris Kreider. Angry Chris Kreider is awesome. Not saying Trotz was a bad coach and that we didn't deserve better or that he didn't deserve better, but just insinuating that maybe Lou Berry combination turns some freelance players off. Yeah, you know what? Maybe they don't come in free agency, but you know what? They get them in trades. I've said this forever with the New York Islanders. The Islanders are a team that could trade for a guy and then keep him because players come to Long Island, especially the old Long Island, the old Islanders that like Lubomir Visnovsky and getting Nabokov, they were ready to poke their own eyes out before they had to come to Long Island. And then sure enough, they came here and then they signed extensions. So there you go. Let's go back. So Dave, hey, by the way, everybody, it's 2:22. I'm already 7 minutes over. Thanks, Wicked. So players should vote for captain. Mark, you need to out a post-it note on your monitor to remind yourself to promote the website and the channel. Yeah, I do. Because again, I keep on trying to do it while I'm doing this, but you know, we have so much fun talking. So again, everybody, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Big Apple Hockey. There's a reason why we just love doing this. By the way, this is a great hockey name. If I haven't seen any, Andreas Lindberg, although I think I had you on last week. So Gorton was good. If not, welcome to the show, by the way, just to cover all my, my bases. Gorton was good, but when it came to trading and drafting, Gordon was good when it came to trading and drafting, but it couldn't give out good deals. Yeah, that's 100% right. He gave out some unbelievable contracts, and the worst part is Gordon was a cap guy. He was the guy that you had to consult to make sure that the deals work on the cap. People knock Gordon, but 90% of this team went to the Eastern Conference Finals because of Gordon. Okay, yeah, it's true, but then one thing I had a problem with in the 2020 season was he never focused on the third line in the bottom 6. He didn't. And again, you need grit in order to win. Look at the Tampa Bay Lightning. They've done it twice. They had Gord, they had Coleman, they had Barclay Goodrow. He's only on the New York Rangers. And it's one of those things. You need to get your bottom 6. And when you got those guys, they need to have their roles. You have to have your role defined. Happened to me when I was playing in juniors, where it was my coach would walk out and just go, let's get some bodies on the ground. My job was to go out there and go hit somebody. And the best part is when you start putting that mentality in other people's heads, I've seen it, living proof. We were playing a game against the Massachusetts Maple Leafs when I was with the Rampo Rangers, and I went to go hit a defenseman, and the guy braced for the hit. And when he braced for the hit, he left the puck. I just took the puck, threw it in front, and I think it was Ronnie Sandgren that had the goal on that. And I think we ended up tying that game. Submission Machine. The Nazem Kadri update. There's still no Nazem Kadri update. So there's another one that's right there. Yes and no Islanders history, Mark. Been watching for a million years. The first words, they say my first words were Raj Albert. Yeah. Yeah. And there you go. Curry, possibly the third all-time scoring in Edmonton. I think Gretz was wrong. Well, yeah. But I mean, Wayne Gretzky tends to know hockey better than I do. Left or right doesn't matter so much when players are frequently changing sides and cycle. No, it does matter. It does matter a lot. On the team I currently play, or I was playing on, I've taken the last 2 seasons off and probably going to take the fall off as well. It matters where you're comfortable. Take, for instance, I'm a right-handed shot. So when I'm back checking, sometimes or regrouping, if you will, also that's my back will face the play. So as a right-handed shot, I want to catch a puck and be more confident, or I try to catch it with my skate and go to my stick. Then right after that, one reason why I play the left wing, offensive zone, being a right-handed shot, I can pick the short side a little bit easier. Hope I'm not giving away any secrets. And the other side is my outlet passes are usually better on my forehand. When I'm on the right wing, it's easier to catch a puck and get up the ice for me. But it's also I tend to get rid of it a little bit quicker. Usually it's to get because the center should be going around. It all depends on breakouts. It all depends on, there's so many factors that go in there. I'm kind of rambling on this one. Sorry about that. The Rangers beating Vasilevsky with wrist shots in those first 3 games, mostly high stick side. Yeah, and by the way, Joe, bringing that up, what was the goal Nazem Kadri had in game 4? High stick side. I think everybody's starting to realize that's his hole. And when you realize that, just keep targeting it. I guess that's sort of like shades of Roy Hobbs in The Natural, bringing it inside because that's where the blood was coming out of his shirt. But by the way, that's what I've said about Matt Murray. Matt Murray, shoot it by his ear hole. He's had a hole there for a while. I can't believe no scout has ever seen it. I've seen it. Chris Frost, this is a good one. Trade Verona, Rasmussen, and a first. Bang. Done. There you go. I already love that I see Mr. Bill down there, and I'm getting to you in a second. Can you believe that the Islander fans are saying that we should trade Barzy for JT Miller or Matthew Tkachuk? Yeah, I can. Here's the reason why. Barzell's got one more year at $7 million. If he's still an RFA up to that. Let me just double check that and make sure. So I can actually see Barzell possibly forcing his way out. Yes, he's still an RFA. Because the next question is going to be how much you're paying Barzell. Barzell is going to be a $9 million center at least. Unfortunately, Granny, yeah, we know about Bertuzzi and the vaccine history. So there we go. Barzell is the face of the Islanders, then Anders Lee. I think really, by the way, face of the Islanders is going to be Ilya Sorokin because he's going to be keeping them in a lot of games. Oh no, Mr. Bill. All right. Tkachuk is a Lou guy. Thus, I actually could see him going all in for him. Yep. And that's a guy that he would definitely covet. Trouba, I don't know. I don't know about him being a captain. Back to Granny saying the Bruins could trade DeBrusk, Foligno, and Smith and get a pick. And a pick. This is all from Matthew Tkachuk. Because again, now we're speculating on Matthew Tkachuk knowing he's gone, everybody. So I think the Bruins are going to have to make. Let's go back to the Bruins for a second on this cap friendly and see what are really their nightmare contracts. I mean, Hampus Lindholm making 6.5, Carla making 4.1. They actually brought this up on NHL Network Radio last night. They have $31.9 million invested in their blue line. Mike Riley, $3 million. Forbert, $3 million. Grzelcyk, who can never stay healthy, $3.7 million. Brandon Carl, 4.1. Hampus Lindholm, 6.5. And, Linus Ullmark. I don't. That might not be a great contract very soon. And Jeremy Swayman better improve on that. So he's got one more year in an ELC of 925K. So we'll see about that one, Granny. I guess we should do a video about potential, actual potential trades that he could go to, because look, we never want to waste your time with gossip on this channel. We want to actually talk about hockey and actually these are conversations that we're having. You guys are doing a great job, but it's just when it comes to some channels, they'll end up gossiping. So not that I'm not a fan of some of those channels either, but it's just that it's, Joe, it's okay. It's the first time I've ever been called Steve though. So it's all right. Bruins need to trade garbage, overrated Hall. Oh, God. Now, by the way, when we do the, I got to update the intro again for Bar Talk, where it's, I'm screaming, I'm biting everybody around. The topic that day was that Taylor Hall is hockey's answer to Bryce Harper. And he's a whole lot of talent and a whole lot of high paying stuff. And just, there's just not that much substance. I mean, Taylor Hall, take away his MVP season. What has Taylor Hall done? And yeah, got to agree with that. Mike, I will agree with that one as well. Matthew Robertson is, I don't know, it wasn't Justin, everybody. Matthew Robertson is so making the team over Nils Lundqvist or Jones. That I believe is going to happen. I do believe that's going to happen. I have this weird feeling that Robertson ends up being the next best defenseman out of that crop. And I think the world of both those guys. So it's going to be there. By the way, maybe Taylor Hall gets traded for, you know what? I can't even say that with a straight face. Matthew Tkachuk. The next words would be and. Tkachuk says he'll only sign long-term. By the way, thanks, Christy. He'll only sign long-term in Vegas, Nashville, Dallas, Florida, or St. Louis. What, he wouldn't do that with the Rangers or the Islanders? So, and David, thank you very much. If you're the Stars, do you trade Robertson or Hintz? No. Jason Robinson, basically, no, not even one of those guys. Again, I think centers are always more valuable than wings, unless you can get a wing to play like a center. Look at Line going to Columbus. He went there with Jack Roslovic, but then it was sort of who's getting him the puck. And then Line kind of had a bounce back year now, so that really helped. You need grit to win, and he knew that. That's why he drafted Schneider and Robertson and Cooley and Rampy and Edstrom. Yeah, and that's right. And that's what you have to do, because the Rangers have all their skill down. Now they need their grit. You need your glue and your sandpaper, guys. There you go. Tkachuk is significantly a better player than Barzal. Islanders fans, you can't be that biased. Okay. But again, he's not a center. That's the problem I would have, Christy. So could you imagine? Yeah, Dave, that would be terrible. Could you imagine if Barzal asked not to be traded, only walk when his deal is up? That would be horror. But by the way, he's still an RFA. He's to quote Macho Man Randy Savage, "You're going nowhere." So, I like Trouba because he plays hard every single night and doesn't shy away from the big hits. Doing what needs to be done, especially on this Rangers soft team. By the way, a bit more physical this year, but I want more. I agree with you. He's a lot more physical this year. It wasn't just that. And I think it's because of the growth of Keandre Miller. But also, Trouba sometimes being physical has led to bad goals, like the Seth Jarvis go-ahead goal versus Carolina. You know which one I'm talking about. I think it was April 7th this year. And Davey, how you doing? And if you don't get, if you get Taylor Hall, it means you're going to get the first overall pick next year. Yep, that's what Taylor Hall didn't even deserve the MVP this year. It's like McCarr last season. Yep, Chris Frost, 100% right on that one. Yeah, Fanatic. I've been going. I said 215. It's 235 right now. Can't help it. This is what I live for, guys. It's what I look forward to every single week, to be sitting here talking hockey for 3 hours. So Bobby Ganoush saying, I think Robertson Schneider could be our perfect third pair. Robertson is a big 6'4" D man and could skate very well. Now, by the way, I forgot who it was that brought it up about not having too many. I think it might have even been Anthony saying too many rookies. Schneider's not a rookie anymore. Schneider's not going to be a rookie. Keandre Miller is going to be on his third year, and there's going to be a lot changing for the New York Rangers as far as that goes. So you know what? Jones or Robertson can make the lineup. So there you go. Dave was saying, Mark, watching NYR Game 7 versus Carolina at your bar was awesome. Not my car, my bar. I look forward to catching more games at the bar next season. Yeah. And if you don't know, I work over at Boss Croakers in Wansaw, 1871 Wansaw Avenue. Great bar, great place to come watch any sporting event. And it's just a great place to go and hang out. We feature a lot of great bars. Fuse, the latest rumor on Matthew Tkachuk, as Anthony has tweeted back to, or sent me the tweet about it. Matthew Tkachuk telling the Flames he will not sign long-term, trade likely, according to sources. So there really isn't anything there just yet, but it's coming up soon. There's a bet with Vegas on who do you think is going to get traded first, Juan Soto, Matt Tkachuk, or Kevin Durant, and I went with Matt Tkachuk. I think it's going to be a week, if at that, because they do have salary arbitration, and not getting their arbitration. That's definitely going to happen. All right. Okay, now I got it. All right. Yeah. I'm trying to go back to what we're referencing. By the way, again, we do have great food, especially our wings and our burgers, and the tidbits. Always a good choice. Sadly, I think Lindgren will price himself out of New York in a few years, and if Robinson can take his place, that'd be great. Then Jones will be the third pair. Question is, will Jones still be there by that time? I'm beginning to fear Jones might be an in-between AHL, NHL defenseman. I thought he did a good job against Tampa Bay when he played against Tampa Bay back in January. But Johnny Red, by the way, how you doing? Hope the back's doing a little bit better. I know you're still going through some more stuff, but I hope you're feeling great. I went back to listen to the show, and it's amazing how people drink the Rangers Kool-Aid. Anything for a cup for 50 plus years instead of a full rebuild like Chicago did 3+ years. Yeah, but you know what? I want to see this team be just as good. I still think the 94 team could have been better, but you know what? They ended up making the 8th spot, getting to the second round the following year, getting trounced by the Philadelphia Flyers. If, for those of you who don't remember, the Rangers lost the first 2 games in overtime, goals by defensemen. It was Eric Desjardins in game 1 for the Flyers and Kevin Haller in game 2. By the way, game 2 versus the Flyers in that second round, the only career hat trick for Brian Leetch. And then the Rangers retooled in 96. I still think their big mistake in 96 was getting rid of Ray Ferraro. You got rid of Ray Ferraro. You got back Yari Curry. The center position was not strong anymore. The Rangers thought they could be matching up against like the Devils, or they were trying to set up for the Devils or the Flyers. The problem was in that season, they got the Penguins and the Canadiens, and that didn't have anything to do. And lastly, the in 97 team, that was when they added Wayne Gretzky, got rid of Yari Curry. I think they still had Shane Churla and Marty McSorley briefly, but it was, they were able to be better built to take on the Devils or the Flyers, and that's who they got. And they actually, and don't forget the Florida Panthers were good at that time. They were right, cut through that same cloth. So here we go. Let's get down to the next one. Yes, Dave, and the French onion soup is real good at Croakers. Chris T. You're making that trade without Jordan Kyrou. Let me just check one thing for you, see how that trade goes. I've been on the St. Louis Blues cap friendly all over tonight. All right. Colton Parayko has a no trade clause. That's the one thing that's going to be tough. The difference is, I mean, I think he might be a guy you could approach to ask him if he'll waive it. I think he's going to say no, though. But that would just be that. All right. Chris Frost is saying it's time to trade Trouba. He's got a no trade clause, too. Schneider takes his role and could be cheaper. By the way, Jacob Trouba said exactly that. Schneider is going to end up taking his job. David Green, hi, welcome to the show. 2 of those 3 can land on St. Louis. Yeah, definitely Tkachuk, because Tkachuk's trying to get there. I still think, again, you're looking at some of these. By the way, we were talking about some guy before. Literally, his name was some guy, and like all these St. Louis defensemen. My God, let's start with this one. I mean, they're all making $6.5 million, but let's start with this. Justin Falk, no trade clause until 2025 when he submits a 15-team no trade list. Torrey Krug, 15-team no trade list starting in 2026. Colton Parayko, starting in 2028, 15-team no trade list. Nick Leddy, 2025, 16-team no trade list. Marco Scandella submits a 7-year no trade trade list. That's 5 defensemen. You're making it more difficult to trade. You really think that blue line is going to be that effective? And we talked about the Bruins investing $31 million in them. This is 29.6. That's a lot to invest. I know we got some more comments below. I'm trying to get to everybody as fast as I can. And also, I'm 30 minutes over where I said I was going to be. We're running at 3 hours and 10 minutes right now. Hope you guys are enjoying your day. And also, don't forget to check out Manscaped. Use the promo code BAH for 20% off and free shipping. And BAH, just remember it for Big Apple Hockey or BAH. So, it is like I still haven't had lunch. So I gotta have a lunch at some point, guys. But it's never mind that. I didn't have breakfast either. So it's again, and check out Manscaped. Great product. No nicks, no cuts. The nose trimmer, I actually love the nose trimmer and the ear trimmer because it actually works and they're rechargeable. I don't have to worry about batteries every 5 freaking seconds. How when I bought one from CVS and yeah, it would nick me occasionally, and that's in places I don't want to be nicked. So there you go. And let's go to Chris T. The Flames immediately flipped Tarasenko right after for another D-man. I think that's where we were talking about a proposed three-team trade with the Islanders. And again, Lou likes to go for his guys via trade, so it wouldn't be there. Joe is saying I'm on Nor. I just want to make sure that's NoCal. So NoCal transplant from Newark, from New Jersey. So I won't be at your bar. Oh, there you go. And restaurant, but you'd never say never. No, but you know what? You never know. It could always be a good thing. I actually thought about opening a bar in Arizona based on trivia and calling it Know-It-Alls, but that would be great. I've seen this in the 60 years I've been rooting for this team. It's the same movie with the same ending. Don't forget how much we gave up in 94. Yeah, they gave up a lot in 94. Chris, I think it's a big mistake, but also you needed to get the guy you needed to get. The comment was, by the way, for anybody listening on iTunes or Spotify, the Rangers' biggest mistake was overpaying for Johnny Gaudreau. You can't do that. You can't do an NMC on a third or fourth liner. By the way, I do believe that is just like these other ones. It's a limited no trade protection. So it's only get to Barclay Goodrow. Yeah, it's a modified no trade protection. He's got half the league. He doesn't, well, almost half. It was 15 because I think it was signed. Well, it was signed last year. So Seattle was coming into the league. Any event. So let's move on from there. Out of curiosity, what are the percentage in Long Island of Ranger fans, Islander fans? It was always a lot of Ranger fans, but you got the Islander fans too. It's sort of like Yankees. It's hard to say. It really is because you got a lot of Yankee fans out here. You got a lot of Met fans out here. I would say if you ask me, 65-35, and I'm giving you a bit of a higher estimation because the Islander fans have been taken on the chin for the last 20 years for the most part. They've had cycles. They've been in and out, but it's been really difficult. Mike, once again, you know my opinion on this one. I wore 22 in juniors because I was a Mike Gartner fan and I loved Mike Gartner. But yeah, he got robbed the Stanley Cup. And by the way, everybody said the knock on him, he wasn't a good playoff player. He was second or third in the league in scoring that year because him and Doug Gilmour just went off. All right. We bought a cup, Johnny, but which I was just relieved to finally see. Well, yeah. You know what? I'd love to see another cup, though. Flames already stacked on right D. Okay, yeah. So that would be for the Parenko trade. And David Green. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait. You're saying, all right, Soto hasn't been traded yet. At least I don't believe so. Let's just check that one, everybody. Nope. Oh boy, Scott Boras is his agent too. Soto to the Cardinals wouldn't be a bad trade. And by the way, that would be swapping one red for another, and I could see that happening. Tony Monty and Sergei Zubov is the biggest mistake, Davey. That's you were saying we were robbed watching Tony Monty and Mike Gartner on the 96 team, and probably another cup if we kept Zubov. And I'm assuming you mean 96 team because of they would have been playing with the Rangers a little bit longer. Zubov was fantastic. That is 100% right. It's Johnny, not just the Rangers. Every team wants a modified no trade clause now. Everybody, every player's getting it. And by the way, one of the reasons why, Wade Redden. Nobody wants to be Wade Redden. All right. Johnny, any Kako need NMCs because when it's time for big contracts? I might be misreading that one, Chris. Sorry about that one. But Joe, thank you very much. And again, it's what I hope to be doing. Actually, Dave, I don't remember the first time. Oh, yeah. Well, that is true because I asked you about if I actually, you know what? Now I think I do remember one of the first times we ever met. I think it was one of those times that Phil and I were going back and forth on questions, and Phil gave me the 5 defensemen to score 100 points in a season, and out of nowhere I said Rod Langway. Idiot. Rod Langway, I think he might have 100 points in his career. Can I see the fan base? Mike is saying you can see what fan base really is by the home games. I used to go to NCC for Nassau Community Coliseum. No, sorry. No, it should be the NMZ, Nassau Memorial Coliseum. For the Islanders and the Rangers, and the building was always 70-30 Rangers. Yes, but I'll tell you what, when you had the Islanders good, that building was 50-50 or even 60-40. The fans will show up if there's a good product. It's just that, the Ranger fans travel too. People don't know he was legally blind in one eye. By the way, Johnny Red saying, thanks so much for doing these podcasts, which is awesome for us. Yeah, Hockey Nuts. Yes, it is. It's great. It is great. Are you referring to Willie O'Ree? Because I know he was legally blind in one eye. And for that matter, Brian Berard. So Dave, going back to this, did I ask you a Mets trivia question? Because I always have some of those locked and loaded. Like, who was the winning pitcher of Game 6 of 1986? My favorite still is the 2 postseason home runs off Mariano Rivera. So there we go. NYR Arnold will keep us from having a dynasty because he's too impatient. Well, I think if they win one, he'll be more patient. But that's just it. Oh, okay. Davey's saying 94. Are the Rangers ready to take this next step? Mary Lou Redden. All right. I'm actually going to be going to, let's just see if I can get a couple more of these. Mike Gartner was legally blind in one eye. I did not know that. I did not know that. Hey, how about that? I was not aware of that. NYR owner to care about one thing while owning MSG, the Rangers and the Knicks making money. He does care about making money, but the great thing about Dolan is Dolan just hands the Rangers checks. He does not get involved. He got involved for Tom Wilson. And as much as I didn't want to see JD leave, I almost thank him for it. Almost. We'll see about that next year. All right. Patrick Nemeth, legally blind in both eyes. Dynasty always makes you money. By the way, Chris Frost, just going as deep as you can could always make you more money. The Rangers definitely made more money or kept the lights on at the Garden because they had in between 2011 to 2015, even 2016, they played more games than the Knicks. It's easy to remember. Dolan's just about the worst owner in sports now that the Wilpons are gone. There's some other bad ones. I don't think Carl Pohlad is still an owner of the Twins anymore. There's still some bad owners. Still some very bad owners. Ones that don't want to invest in the team. And again, the Pagulas are kind of in there too. They haven't exactly been successful. But I was mentioning that you're a Mets fan. It was pretty busy. Yeah, probably Saturday night. I think I remember it was a Saturday night. So there we go. Ryan P. is saying Dolan was impatient with JD. It worked out this year, but it was a typical reactionary move that he makes that us Knicks fans have seen plenty of times. Yeah. Because, yeah, he does. It was reactionary. And I think it had a lot to do with that statement. That was the Tom Wilson statement. If you guys ever want, Ryan, you want to see a great video? I've mentioned this before. Our first ever stream. This is back when we were All Things Rangers before we changed our name. And I had to change the name when we brought on Anthony because we were starting to cover the Islanders a lot more. And I actually had some people yelling at me, why is it called All Things Rangers if you're covering the Islanders? Like, all right. But, and Dave, I know you're making a joke on that. I'm going to point out something about that in a second. But so you could see our live stream in real time of me reading a text message from a friend of mine. They fired everybody but Quinn was a text message that I looked down with wait, what the hell's going on? And I end up looking at it to go, uh-oh. So, and I was still in shock. And seeing Anthony and Phil's reaction still make that funny to me. Even though I can almost replicate the face I made, which was, whoa. So, all right. Alon, how we doing? Can someone please explain to me why did Lou give Palmieri and Lee no trade clauses? Lee, because he was your captain and he didn't want to be traded. That's the other reason why. And Palmieri, I think Palmieri was a pretty decent free agent. So I guess that was it with Tyson to stay. He wasn't exactly a Lou Devils guy, if I recall correctly. But Palmieri, he's got a full no trade clause till 2024. But he fell off a cliff this year. He is 31. I don't think Palmieri is going to be as bad as he was last year, Islander fans. That's not going to be the case. So I believe Drury doesn't want to trade the farm, but Dolan might cause issues. I think what's going to happen is, I think as far as the Rangers go, a lot of their guys are still here. I think a lot of their prospects are here. So you might see guys moved out because there's going to be a logjam. Spano was a great owner for the Islanders, and that's what Dave is saying. But here's the funny part. John Spano renegotiated their TV deal. And in the 90s, there were rumors of the Islanders possibly moving to Kansas City. So when you talk about great owners for the Islanders, Spano is definitely a better owner than Islander fans. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it was Milstein and Gluckstern, right? But those guys were terrible. They were trying to get the Coliseum condemned. And then they had 10 coaches on the bench. Sean is asking, what am I expected from the Rangers this year? I will officially do a video on that or something next year. Rangers going to be right there again. They're either going to be the division winner or second to Carolina. I love the Carolina moves, but also Carolina's starting to get long in the tooth. Brent Burns, looking at you. And usually players drop off at age 37. The Rangers don't have that. So I think when it comes to that, I think the Rangers are still going to be right there. I don't think Pittsburgh improved. I don't think Washington improved. I think the Islanders improved. I think Columbus improved, but is that enough to get to the Rangers? So, and then as far as the playoffs go, it matters who your matchup is. That's just what it is. The Rangers can run into a hot team, but you know what? Another year. Igor Shesterkin played the most years, the most games in his career this year, out of any point, any season. That's always a good thing. I always equate sort of like a pitcher throwing innings. You got to build up their innings limit, and then once they do it, they can do it forever. Unless they're modern pitchers, because then it's like, oh my God, he threw 5 innings. I think that's how I know I'm getting old, because there's so much of a get off my lawn mentality I have. Bills are awesome though. So I like the Bedulas. Yeah. You know who loves the Bills? Anthony LaRocco. Problem is that Dolan wants problem is Dolan gets involved. Last time the Knicks won the NBA championship was 1973. Yeah. And Bob Gakowski, who is the president of the Garden in 94. And Dave Checketts did an okay job as the president of the Garden. And then the only thing I fault him for is saying, how long do I have to pay for the 94 Cup? And then re-signing Patrick Ewing. But getting rid of that. There's an interview with Gardner on YouTube where he talks about it. I have to check that out. Yeah. So I will definitely check that out. No one doesn't like being contradicted. By the way, Johnny Red, you just see the biography on the biography channel did something on Rod Gilbert, and that was where they actually talked about Rod Gilbert dying, and Emile Francis saying, you gotta stop, you gotta bring him back. He's my best player. Unfortunately, those guys left us 6 months apart. Ryan P, thank you very much. And we welcome everybody of every single fan base, because we just like to talk the pucks. Big Apple is not only our location, but it's an attitude. So that's the way I always say it. Oh my God. Well, there are so many tirades that Phil has on Patrick Nemeth, and I can't wait to get them all. So I you know what? If I have some free time, I'll actually post that Phil going off on Patrick Nemeth for 10 minutes. When we get to the rest of these, and then we're going to sign off, guys. It is actually 3:00 right now, but at Christie, I believe that was back in March after the drubbing of the Devils. Funny story about that. That was when I went to Arizona for my parents' wedding anniversary, 50th wedding anniversary. And I know he went off on the Rangers versus the Devils. Facebook ended up flagging our page for that. I guess somebody reported it and ended up canceling the page. So then I'm just like, fine, I'll take the post down. Don't worry about it. And I'm still waiting for Facebook to give us the page back. Fortunately, we have Big Apple Hockey Podcast on Facebook now. So, and we still have the Big Apple Hockey Podcast website. So feel free to just go to that. If Dolan left Drury alone, he would do a great job. I think he's still kind of doing leaving him alone. So, I'm going to get to that one in a second. Nils and Jones will be gone by the trade deadline, hopefully for more than just a rental. You know what? I'm wondering where they're going to fit in soon enough. I really like Nils Lundkvist. But again, if your number one if he's projected to be a number one power play quarterback, and you have Adam Fox who already won an Norris and is still very young, yeah, there is. I'd rather have Adam Fox. Noah's saying, by the way, Noah, this is like a lot that I've seen from you. And by the way, Noah, I got to say this. I got to go with your avatar. I've said it when I saw it originally back in 1995. That should have been the logo on the crest. That should have been the Islanders logo on the crest. the entire time. The lighthouse was fantastic. So anyway, let's get to that. Could you see Sam Rosen leaving and retiring, and Dolan saying, I own MSG Networks? I am talking Brendan Burke. I'm taking Brendan Burke to be on. Wow. Wow. First off, Sean, I love the next comment. Noah, I'm gonna take a sip of water and think about that one for a minute. I gotta have lunch, guys, at some point. All right. Noah, let me say this. Excluding Sam Rosen and Kenny Albert, Brendan Burke is the next best hockey commentator in the business. Period. And I'm happy that he's with the Islanders for that. To finish that thought, I think it would take a boatload of money, because they did it to the Islanders before. That's where Micheletti was before he came to the Rangers. So I can't say it's out of the realm of possibilities. I can't say that. But I think the first call, if Rosen retires, and I do mean it'd have to be retiring, I think your first phone call is to Kenny Albert, who, by the way, I think Kenny Albert is the Swiss Army knife of sportscasters. I've said this numerous times. I will go back and say it again. Kenny Albert can call 4 different sports on 4 different days. And the one question I had for him back when I was doing a podcast with We Are Blue Shirt Nation. If you follow them on Facebook, Scott, how you doing? One of the questions I had for him is there an event you haven't called that you would love to call? Like, say, for instance, a World Cup of soccer game. And I forgot what his answer was. And I would love to ask him that again, because, again, Kenny Albert can call a baseball game on TV. He can call a football game on TV. He can call a basketball game on the radio and on TV. He can do the same thing for hockey. And I bet I marvel at Kenny Albert. He's that good. And as a guy that did have a dream at one point of being a sportscaster, I can only imagine. Just it takes so much talent to be able to do that. And again, if to show you what I mean, it's a different nuance where it's in the game. When you're watching on TV, you can let the visuals describe everything, even though Mike Emmerich was fantastic with that. But where guys feather to pass or there's drubs to the front of the net. On hockey, there's several times, like in the middle of it, he's got to say, Rangers moving left to right on the radio as they walk on in on the left wing side. And immediately you start, I've always laughed about that. I don't know which direction they're going in, but they will say Rangers moving left to right. As soon as they're moving left to right, I actually know when he's saying Chris Kreider on the left wing boards. Now he'd be at the top of the screen in my mind because they're moving left to right. So again, it's just that you paint the picture, and some guys are just that good at that. 57 of you are still watching me 3.5 hours into this. Remember about 2 hours ago when I was going to sign off. But by the way, Noah, I hope not, because I think the last part of that is I can see Brendan Burke staying, because Brendan Burke does love the New York Islanders. He loves being the announcer there. And a guy who started loving the New York Islanders was a longtime Ranger fan, a lifetime Ranger fan, Howie Rose. Howie Rose loved being an Islanders announcer. So Brett Burns has got one tooth, so he's getting long in the tooth. That's how back that goes. All right. The Shannon Hockey Guy just did a video on John Spano a couple days ago, really in depth. Everyone should check it out. Shannon Hockey Guy does a great job. I wish he was a little bit more lively at times, but I mean, I would love to have Shannon on here, just talk about things. Chris Frost, do you guys worry about the Rangers next year? We had 32 come from behind wins. No, I don't. I'm not worried about them. You know, because I'll give you the 2 words: Igor Shesterkin. I'm not worried about it. You can give it the first goal, you get the next one back. Pops, hey, welcome back to the show. I haven't seen you in a while. Why did the Rangers pick up a lock? Hasn't he been terrible the last 2 years? Or haven't his last 2 years been terrible? I think it's been going up a little bit, but I think as a backup, he's fine. He is turning 37. We know how people turn 37 and they go off a cliff, although I disagree. Some people get better with age. But it's just or at least I hope so. And I keep turning, by the way, I keep turning sideways. I keep seeing a little bit of the turkey neck going that I'm on a diet as well. So I guess thank you guys. If I don't ever eat lunch, I don't get to eat my 400 calorie meal. So but I'm okay with Halak being a backup. My question is and by the way, Louis Domingue is a third string. And Domingue can handle a heavy workload. He's done it in the past, so we'll see about that. And I mean, after all, Domingue started 6 straight playoff games with mixed results. All right. So, Chris, Rangers need to be better 5-on-5 in scoring. Yes, that will improve with Vinny Trocheck. Don't think they addressed a lot of that yet. Well, that's the thing. I think you had to address it with Vinny Trocheck. And I think Alexei Lafreniere should be on the right side of the power play to start the season. Of PP1, I mean. Should be on the... He used to take Ryan Strom's spot. And buy Ryan Strome. I've said it before. Don't let the penalty box door hit your ass on the way out. Okay, going back to this one. Tyler, hi. Welcome to the show. Oh, wait. Hold on. I got a phone call from Anthony. Oh, sorry. Hold on. I just need to let Anthony know I'm still streaming. This is riveting, by the way, to watch me type. Okay. So back to where we were before. There's a great 30-30 documentary on that. And by the way, everybody, that was done by Kevin Connolly. How about that? So here's another guy I wouldn't mind seeing on the show. Wait, Tyler, I'm sorry. Back to you. I skipped over it. I have a friend in St. Louis who are saying they're trying to send Tarasenko to the Long Island. Anthony was just saying this before. He was in Turks and Caicos last year, and they've been trying to get this deal done literally for over a year and a half. Hopefully it will. Have read St. Louis. Yeah, okay, yeah. There you go. Just exactly what you just said a second ago. Igor set a record of stopping the most high percentage chances in NHL history. I'm not sure if he can do that again. Here's the thing. I think he can. Igor Shesterkin is amazing. I just hope the Rangers don't run him into the ground too quickly. And go, oh, we got Statboy Steven joining us right here. Anthony, hey, by the way, I was just saying how we're still in the stream.
Yeah, I was gonna, because with the news that happened with Tkachuk a little bit ago, I was gonna ask you if you wanted to go back on just to talk about it briefly.
Okay,
but
let's talk. You're on right now.
I mean, it's big news. Have you talked about it yet?
That is huge news. Yeah, we've been talking about it, and we got to figure out specific destinations for him. I disagree with. All right, the list that somebody brought up yesterday was Nathan Gravity, who actually I think Gravity does a good job with his channel, even though I can disagree with his opinions a lot. But he brought up the Rangers, the Devils, the Red Wings, the Blues, and I'm trying to remember what the last team is. But again, all teams that have no cap space except for the Devils. And by the way, they still got to re-sign Jesper Bratt and was it Boquist or?
So Mark, so apparently the teams that he's willing to sign a long-term extension with are the Blues, the Stars, the Knights, and the Florida Panthers.
That's an interesting list. And you know what? Actually, you mentioned that. Chris T brought that up. before. Now that you're saying it, and what I'll tell you about that is the Stars are a bit of a surprise to me, and I wonder if that's a no state income tax thing. But one thing
It
he
is.
asked was, would you trade Robertson in a deal to go for Tkachuk? I wouldn't.
Oh, yeah, and Chris T for Nashville. I forgot Nashville. Nashville was on the list too.
Yeah.
So correct me if I'm wrong. I think all those locations are all no state income tax. Florida, Nevada, Texas, Tennessee.
Yeah. They're all no state income tax.
Yep. So
Wow. Don't worry, the dogs are back under control. Go ahead, Anthony. Oh, you're still muted. All right.
but no, so they're all no state income tax states.
Wow.
Yep.
At least we know it's about money then. It ain't about going to St. Louis. You know,
but you know what?
Your dad played on.
You gotta feel bad for the Calgary Flames right now. I mean, their fans don't deserve it. I mean, that's really rough. They're gonna lose. They're gonna lose Gaudreau and Tkachuk in the same offseason. I mean, granted, they're gonna get something for Tkachuk, but that's brutal.
Yeah. I don't know. That's oh, by the way, there was a good question that was on a second ago. I'm gonna bring that back to you after we get back to Tkachuk. But it's horrible, but you know what? This is where you take the time to try to like restock a lot of the franchise. You know, you still got Tyler Toffoli over there. You still got some guys. There was a prospect, Elias Lindholm, who's still a good player. But
you know what? You gotta. I mean, if I'm other teams, you start circling like vultures right now. I mean, like for instance, if I'm the Islanders who need scoring, I call an expert Andrew Mangiapane, 26 years old, 35 goals, and he didn't even play with Gaudreau, Lindholm, and Tkachuk, the big guys. He played in the second line with Backlund. So, I mean, at some point they're going to have to keep some people. But the point is, I mean, if you're going to trade Tkachuk, you just lost Gaudreau. Why not rebuild totally?
Yeah.
Why not just
but then you still got Sutter coaching the team, and that's why I think they could still do something. So
yeah, well, it's just rough. It's just rough for them. And
because after all, you saw it firsthand. You saw it firsthand with the Islanders. They could have turned tail and traded everybody. Instead, Barry Trotz made him into a contender.
Yeah, and you know what? I mean, I know Flames fans are. I mean, right now they're probably really dejected, and they probably will hate Tkachuk right now just because it's so fresh. But I actually think what Tkachuk's doing is very mature. I mean, he's being honest. He's not at UFA yet. He's still an RFA, but he's openly saying, "I'm not telling them right now. I'm not going to sign long term." He's not stringing them along. He's not stringing them along at all. He's being upfront.
Which is a good thing because after all, I do think that players need to kind of be upfront with that. Now I know that the target that a lot of guys will say with this, that John Tavares said, "Oh, I want to resign." I fully believe John Tavares wanted to resign. And as it got close to free agency, it's, "Oh, let me take a look at this." And yes, the pajama picture was there. As soon as he made the decision, it was there. Look, it was my lifelong dream. I guarantee if the Islanders were able to look at him and go, "John, we believe you. Just sign this piece of paper saying that you're staying here. Otherwise, we're trading your ass." That's what I would have said.
I got to think that they'll probably try to accommodate him and trade him to one of those teams he's listing. And you know, selfishly as an Islander fan, I hope he goes to St. Louis because that's going to shake Tarasenko free.
Yeah.
And he'd be the next best option. So Vegas, though, I honestly don't see how Vegas does that. I mean, they had to trade Pacioretty for nothing for nothing, and they're still like, who are they going to move? I mean, salary purposes, I guess maybe a William Karlsson would have to go back the other way to Calgary. I mean, I highly doubt they're trading their captain and Mark Stone. They've already traded away so many of their first round picks.
I mean, they just re-signed Riley Smith, so they're not breaking up that line.
Cody Glass, Peyton Krebs, Eric Brandstrom, Nick Suzuki. They pretty much traded away every single one of them that they've drafted in the first round. So I don't know. I can't see that working. I know they're on Tkachuk's list, but I don't see how that's a feasible option.
And also looking at Vegas right now, you got Colasar, who's an RFA, and Nicholas Roy, who's an RFA. Is it Roy or Wah? I forget which one. Sorry. If it is Wah, I apologize. But I'll go with Wah for right now. Nicholas Wah, who's there. You're paying Pietrangelo $8.8 million.
Yeah.
And that's going until he's 36. I mean, there's too much for them to try to get that done to get it in. And you know what this kind of feels like, Anthony? It's sort of like you just started dating somebody and you kind of like her, and then the person you really had a crush on suddenly just says, "Oh, I would have chosen you," or they just broke up with their boyfriend, and you're like, "Oh, come on!" Like that's the way it kind of feels.
And Eric Francis from Sportsnet, who I mentioned, I was going to get on the show today, but he had a 12:30 radio spot, so he couldn't do it. He just tweeted a half hour ago. He said, "As I've reported the last few days, Tkachuk will be traded imminently. Him telling the Flames several days ago he won't sign an extension prompted the two sides to start working together to land him somewhere he'd be open to inking an 8-year extension."
There you go. All right, so I guess you can trade him and then immediately sign an 8-year extension.
Yeah, as long as he's traded before the arbitration ruling and hearing, if he's traded this minute, the team he goes to, the arbitration hearing would still be on the calendar. They would just, agree to terms before it took place. So
yeah, okay.
It seems so. Yeah, listen, I'll be surprised. To all our viewers watching and whatnot, if this doesn't happen at some point between now and tomorrow or the day after. It seems like it could be pretty close.
I would say so, because obviously Calgary wants to figure out what they're doing and then move on. By the way, Lou Martini is saying, first time watcher, great show. Islanders signed Kadri. Does that mean Nelson would go to his wing? If the Islanders signed Kadri, who goes to the wing?
Well, it's two options. One, Kadri himself, Barzal, or Nelson go to the wing. Or the secondary option, if Lou wanted to get creative and really shake up the core of the team, after he has Kadri in tow, he trades either Brock Nelson, Matt Barzal, or Jerzy Pajot for a scoring winger. More so, it would be Nelson or Barzal because they probably have more value to the rest of the league. But that's option B. Those would be the two options. I would say it would likely be Nelson that goes to the wing because he could really shoot and score. So I guess maybe they feel Nelson playing on the wing with Barzal or Kadri could result in more offense.
I would say I would go with Barzal. I want to say Barzal goes to the wing, but no, Barzal's got to be a center. You need him to be skating with all that room. So that's just what I think about him on that one. By the way, there was a question earlier about if, let's say, Sam Rosen retired, could you imagine Dolan saying it's my network and he promotes, I use the word promote, I'm sorry. He swaps out and gets Brendan Burke to go announce Ranger games.
It's possible. Brendan Burke's pretty much one of the best play-by-play guys there is right now in the league. So
I only put behind one or two other guys.
I could foresee it happening.
But I do have to think that phone call has to go to Kenny Albert first.
Or, let's face it, we all know Harry Rose's dream job was probably to do play-by-play for the Rangers on MSG. So I don't know. And I think he's just content doing baseball now, but I wonder if that presented itself to it, if you'd make a comeback for that. I don't know. But
Anthony, by the way, I have to tell you, and I'm just going to look to the camera for a second, that we live in, and I soften my voice to help this out a little bit, but we live in a turbulent time where our society is being divided all the time, and we just need something to agree on. So Rangers and Islander fans can agree on, don't let the door hit your ass on the way out, Ryan Strome. Both of us can both agree with this. Like, is there any time where we've ever been like, just come on, Ryan P, 100% on that one. You got me. You got me. So, yeah. So, but that takes the Red Wings out of play. All right. Let's, Anthony, still on the Tkachuk thing. We'll go back to that again. By the way, we did a 6-hour stream last week.
Real quick, Lou. Yeah, Eklund's one of the biggest frauds around. I don't take anything he says seriously. I mean, I think there's been enough smoke about Gaudreau and the Islanders. He figures to put that up, and if it sticks, he could beat his chest and say he was right. But I wouldn't read into anything Eklund's saying.
Okay. Nashville's got potential. Now, they have, let's just get to this one, $8.4 million, 8.45 in cap space. Now, they're going to get hit with, they got a buried penalty for Kevin Lankinen. Really? And,
No, they just signed him.
Oh, why is he on a buried penalty? I don't understand why he's there. Yeah. Kevin Lankinen, yeah, they just signed him. I guess because it's minor league. That's where they got him right now. They're losing $2 million of dead cap because of Kyle Turris. So that's not that bad, but they got Yakov Trenin, who's an RFA. So they could either re-sign or move on from him. Could you imagine Tkachuk on a line with Philip Tomasino? Like, nobody on the ice would be safe.
I can't imagine that. You know why? Because Tomasino would have to go the other way. Nashville doesn't have much great prospects, but he would have to be the guy that goes the other way. So
agreed.
I don't think that's feasible.
Yeah. Or even Tanner Jeannot.
Same thing with Dallas. Dallas, I don't know how they would get. I mean, they have to re-sign Ettinger and Jason Robertson. So I don't know how they would fit Tkachuk. I mean, maybe Rope Hintz would go the other way, but I mean, I don't know. Rope Hintz is a really good player, but again, you got to give to get. So,
I mean, could you imagine if they? I'm looking at some of their guys. I doubt they're putting Askarov in that deal. Or Svechkov. Svechkov could go. I mean, I'm spitballing, guys. This is what happens when you're just staring at a roster and going. But you know what? Dave Poulin, one of the best GMs in the business.
So to answer this question, Chris, his name is Bailey Josh, and he would be moved, or Beauvillier.
Or yes, both of them.
Yeah.
And that would immediately free up $8 million for the Islanders. Hey, by the way, Anthony, do you remember back when the Islanders didn't have cap space because they signed too many bad deals and they were never even a thought in these moments? Oh, yeah. Sorry. That was 2 years ago.
So Dallas, St. Louis, Vegas, Florida, and Nashville are apparently the teams that he would be willing to sign a long-term extension with. The Flames beat writer from The Athletic that I mentioned earlier in the stream, Haley Savian, she said that she had an article 7 potential landing spots. It was basically those 5 teams with the Devils and Islanders added to it, but it seems as though those 5 I named will be the teams that he'd probably be traded to.
All right. So let's get down. Sorry, I'm going to have to skip ahead. I know you guys had a lot of good comments. We were having a lot of good conversation, clearly, because I never got off. Michael T. Yeah, until I see someone in an Islanders jersey on the ice, he's not an Islander. So kind of got to agree with you on that one.
Well, Zach Parise would disagree with you on that, Mark. He was an Islander on July 28th last year when free agency opened, and you didn't know it until he arrived in training camp.
Now, Chris T's got this one. Mackenzie Weegar would have to go in that Tkachuk trade, right? Amongst others, I would have to say.
Yeah, I would think so.
By the way, Mackenzie Weegar, the sole reason why Florida advanced to the second round.
Yeah. Man.
Yeah.
I feel like I said, I got to go back. I got a feel for the Flames right now. That's tough.
Oh, I agree 100%.
And if you're Elias Lindholm, you're looking around right now like that. You know that GIF that a lot of people use with the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. It's like the last scene of the show ever, where Will's like in a living space and he's by himself and he's kind of just looking around. That's Elias Lindholm right now. Elias Lindholm is like, all right, I just lost my 200-point wingers.
And I got to agree with you on that one. I'm definitely making a meme of that. It's either that or the John Travolta going. So it's just, it's unbelievable. And Columbus has enough trouble to get that done. Let's go to the Florida Panthers for a minute. They're still $3 million over the salary cap at this moment. They got to get rid of that Patrick Hornquist trade or contract, $5.3 million. But then again, who are you replacing him with? Carter Verhaeghe, $4.1 million for the next 3 years. Sam Bennett, $4.4 million. And he really turned in a good year coming back for the Florida Panthers. Spencer Knight, by the way, that's a huge deal for Florida. Although he's going to be the last year of his ELC right now. And the Panthers getting Mark Stahl, so at least they get another veteran in there. But I'm not exactly seeing too much flexibility in here. It would have to be Mackenzie Weegar plus. Do you throw Anton Lundell in there?
You might have to.
Might have to. And they do not have a first-round draft pick next year.
No.
Or a first-rounder in 2024. So the next 2 years, they don't have a first-round pick. And they're missing a first and a third next year. So,
well, I can tell you for sure they're definitely getting a first next year. I mean, granted, the team they're getting it from is not going to be bad enough to get Connor Bedard, but being that it's the Connor Bedard draft, they're going to make sure as hell that they get a 2023 first-round pick. No doubt
even
about it.
Even if they're in playoff contention, like firmly in playoff contention?
What?
Even if they're firmly in playoff contention, they're going to make sure they get a first-round pick?
Well, they can't determine that now. The trade's going to happen like soon. So what is it?
Wait. Oh, I thought you were talking about Florida. I didn't think you were talking about Calgary.
No.
Yeah. Like I think Calgary's chance of going all in was right there. So, and yeah, and Yada, by the way, you're saying it right now. I still say every team should be calling just to do their homework. You never know. That's 100% right. And they're going to do it. There's every team is making phone calls, because after all, there's going to be a million phone calls going off today just to Calgary to figure out what to do with Tkachuk. I mean, I'll make the joke 32 teams are calling, because even the Flames are calling themselves to find out if they can work it out to get him to stay. It ain't going to happen. You're not getting Tkachuk for 3 draft picks, Steve. Sorry. I think it would have to be at least the first round pick. And since I think the Devils are going to improve but not make the playoffs, I wouldn't trade that pick right now for the Devils, even though they're set at center for like the rest of their lives. By Bobby Ganesh, that's definitely a good joke. Because I know there ain't no way that's happening. There's got to be at least one first-round draft pick. And yeah, Fanatic, I think you're right about that one. I think at least Nico Hischier would go back. And that's the captain. A lot of teams don't want to trade their captains. Hischier just came off probably the second best season of his career. Played 70 games, 60 points, if top of my head. And he hadn't played 70 games since his rookie year. Holtz would definitely go. Because again, this is one of those things. Anybody that's done improv in theater, the rule for improv is always yes, and to keep the scene going, yes, and this one is, that's what it would be. It would be, oh, we'll give you Nico Hischier for Matthew Tkachuk. Yes. And Alexander Holtz. And first-round draft pick. And, all right, hold on. Well, you're talking about a guy that just came off a career season. That's the thing. Like in the article that I wrote about this, I compared this to the Flames having the way that I said this was when you play Texas Hold'em and luck is not on your side, you can find your stack of chips dwindling. As the cards come, you look for a hand to go all in with. Is it a low pocket pair? Is it a couple suited face cards? Maybe it's Jack 10 suited. But when you have that hand, you shove those chips in. And that's what the Calgary Flames did in February. When it became clear, it was good enough to bet on themselves. And the way that I still say it is the Flames still have a team that potentially could make the playoffs. And now, my conclusion was Tkachuk needs a raise. I'm going to get back to your comments in a second because right now I'm staring at this. The Flames were good enough, picked by yours truly, to win the 2022 Stanley Cup. That's how good they are. Can they be this good next season if Johnny Gaudreau moves on? That's a tough question. Lose a 100-point scorer, puts quite a dent in the offense, and Matthew Tkachuk needs to be re-signed under a hefty RFA deal. We now know that's not going to happen. So, Daryl Sutter, again, I keep going back to this. Daryl Sutter's a great coach. He's done great things. I think that team becomes even more it's even more defensive. D, I know. This was a stream that was supposed to end at 1:35. Good thing I'm not on a gym day. I would have ended it sooner. First off, by the way, the credit goes to you guys. You keep talking. I keep staying, even though I do need to get off of there eventually. I agree with that, Mike. The Pearl Jam song says it best. And Thomas Hickey's in the rearview mirror. Tkachuk is, by the way, I hope I'm still saying this right. I keep on with the yada, but, or is it shit? No, it's not. I don't even know how to pronounce it, but I still don't want to get it too wrong for you because otherwise you'd be like, oh, just say Justin for God's sakes. Anyway, but Tkachuk is a top 10 player. I imagine the trade will be featuring some big names and picks. Yes, I think it would be featuring big names and picks. The question is just how big? It's where it's. Oh, why soda? Okay. There you go. Thank you. See, you helped me out a lot. Why soda? So, why soda? Why soda? That's an A that you have right there. So there you go. All right. We all said the same thing about Jack Eichel and how to work out for Vegas. That is right as well. I took someone to jail and back, and you're still going. Yeah. It's, I handed it to all you guys. And by the way, Fanatic, you say it best. I have no idea how they lost against Edmonton. They look like such a better team on paper. And by the way, thank you. We work hard on our streams and try to be better every single time we get on the air. I think we got a good formula, and you haven't even gotten to meet Phil yet. So hopefully you'll be able to see him. I thought with the Flames, I thought they could outscore you and they could outfend you. And they did that, by the way, in game 1 versus Edmonton, where they outscored them. I think it was like a 9-6 game or 10. It was something ridiculous. It was some high scoring game. But eventually, there you go. Bobby Gaudreau is saying, I'm so in all seriousness, I'm biased, but I think the Rangers are going to be one of the best teams in the league next season. I mean, if you say if you're talking about top 5, that might be a bit of a stretch, or it might not be. Rangers are going to be a good team. What about Nylander? That's where for the Devils. I like how you took the jab right after that at the Rangers immediately. I mean, I've thrown so many of those to having conversations about the Islanders and be like, by the way, they're a really good team. Fuck the Islanders, but still, you know what? William Nylander is another one of those guys that every year you expect him to get traded. And because in other words, I think it's going to cost the Devils a lot. Talking about William Nylander, a guy that had 83, 85 points. I forget which one at the moment. He's up there. So, and by the way, Wysada. There we go. Wysada, sky's the limit, really. The guy is so much better than Eichel, and he's healthy. Yeah, and by the way, well, one, he's a center, of course, which has its own different value system. Not yet. Don't be afraid of that one. Because again, offer sheets aren't exactly as common. And if somebody offer sheets Kako, they better be ready, because retaliatory offer sheets, as Don Waddell has shown us, don't come in there. And yeah, Steve, that is to be honest with you, that's some of the smack talk I want to see sometimes with us. And everybody else, it hasn't launched into a verbal tirades for everyone either. They all kind of get it. I thought it was going to be a Rangers Flames finals. My official pick was the Rangers versus the Flames, with the Flames winning in 6. And yeah, but you know what? See, we're all amateur agents. We're all amateur GMs as well, which is what's funny, because we do that a lot, where we're going, I would only pay him this much. Really? This guy's got over 100 points. All right, back to you, Fraser. Look what happened to Ottawa and Carlson, Stone and Duchesne. And look what happened. I mean, the Carlson deal looks like a fleecing now. Ottawa is completely stolen that. Jose is reeling. Mark Stone, again, that didn't exactly work out well. And the Matthew Shane thing didn't work out too well. You got to make the right moves, because you can always say, hey, we're going to rebuild. But if you don't make the right decisions, then you end up being a team that's just a bottom feeder, and it happens for a while. Happens with a lot of teams. We're still waiting on that one. Did the Islanders get Tarasenko yet? Michael T says. And by the way, I do agree with Bobby Ganoush. No, Kako is getting signed. Don't worry. Hello, Pete Mackin. By the way, I was saying before to D. Ely that I need to go see a game in Carolina this year, and sure enough, you know what? I'll try to coordinate with you on that one. I know a friend of mine is going to try to talk me into playing golf while we're down there in North Carolina, so that'll be there. Kadri isn't 65, so Lou won't be signing him. No. Wow, that would be great if that's true. Fanatic says, I'm Jeff Skinner's agent. He thanks me every day for serving for that juicy underserving contract. Although, by the way, that was another article I did where Jeff Skinner had a great bounce back season. Steve is right about this one. We all love being couch GMs. Think we have more experience doing this than the actual people. Oh, to be the couch DMs? Oh yeah. We've been doing this. I've been doing this forever. I can't even remember. I mean, especially when it comes to trades, which, by the way, one of my favorite hockey games ever to play, Hockey League Simulator 2. It's a little known DOS game. I think it was made by Sierra, by the way, in like the early 90s. And to tell you how old it is, it had the Patrick and Adams and Smythe divisions in there, all the old division names and the Norris. But I mean, I was able to make trades all the time, and I'd send people to farm if they didn't produce for a day. Oh God, my players probably would have killed me. Anybody lose steals Austin Matthews away from Toronto somehow? I'm gonna say no. Maybe he's biding his time and trying to do that. Maybe, I don't know. Rangers need to acquire about Puljujärvi. He'd be a solid addition. I don't know. Maybe. And by the way, yeah, best tailgate in the NHL. And I you know who would actually be great to do that with? I got a buddy of mine who's runs a channel called Barbecue Beast, and it was originally Food and Festivities before that, and he would love to do that. So yeah. Christian, by the way, welcome to the show. Either you said trade market for Varley is gone, agreed for now, but what about when one of these shaky starters, Murray, Matt Murray, goes down for midseason? Yeah, I think Varley is one of the top targets for the. That's going to be a good one. Because, you know, John Gibson's always being rumored to be traded. And Varley going into his last year of his deal? Yeah. So, you know, I can't believe Varley wasn't traded right now. So that was it. Chris T is right. Skinner had a comeback year. I think he had 30 goals, if I recall correctly. And going down for Rangers Carolina. The Stadium Series. See, that's what I'm interested in. I actually think I'd like to go and check that out. And yeah, Wysada, that is 100% right. It's great to think about these trades. It sucks when it sucks when we have to like go back to reality when it comes to these trades. So, yeah, the oldest Sierra games on the computer were the greatest ever. Yes, they were. If you guys haven't watched it, once again, it's one of my favorite videos that I ever did. It was the top 10 hockey video games of all time. Check it out on our channel. It's only got like 175 views, and I think 25 of them were me putting it on the bar. So, Christian, thank you. Yes, it's great to have always new blood coming on in. Fanatic said in NHL 22, I got fired in my second year. Don't ask me about trading advice. Oh, that's great. I didn't know you could get fired as the GM. Oh, Sam Young. Hey, welcome to the show. Chuck Norris division was the best. Boom. Yeah. I'm telling Jim Dolan to turn force tables on. All right. Who is playing Carolina in the Stadium Series? Yeah, thanks, Pete. It's Washington. It's Washington. And Rick is saying, as a Ranger fan, I wouldn't want to see the team and its future get destroyed going after one player, no matter how good he is. We've seen that so many failures over the years. Yeah, and hockey is possibly the second most teams, the second greatest team sport. Football is the greatest team sport. I can't ever say that. One player does not make a football team. But so going from here, yeah, absolutely. It's got to be. I wouldn't want the Rangers to rip up their whole team for nothing. And the thing is, the salary cap prevents you from doing that. I mean, if this was 1997, the Rangers would have already traded all the assets in the future to get Matthew Tkachuk, sign him to a big deal, and we'd be paying $40 for a hot dog. NHL 94 on the Sega Genesis. Yes, I played that one because I didn't play them on the Super Nintendo. The Genesis was the one with the better sports games. By the way, Tommy, when you weren't on, I invoked the name of the Hicksville great, Timmy Karakostas. So always got to say that for him. Yeah, and see, we can all agree on the quality of those games. So, and of course, by the way, the man who had a Let's Go Whale, or actually just Go Whale on his license plate. That would see him Sunday mornings as he would drive to work, which I forgot at one point. We were having an argument back and forth about the Rangers and the Islanders, and I'm like, Pete, you're a Ron fan. He goes, Mark, I'm a Carolina fan. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. But NHL 94, I still think was perfection at its best. And the funny thing is they were able to improve on it from years. So there you go. The legend, Timmy Karakostas. Man, that Timmy was a hell of a player and a hell of a teammate. See, you know what? I gotta tell you guys, no matter what, how good of a player is. I don't care how good of a player somebody is if they're a bad teammate. And yeah, Timmy Kirkostas especially, and Brent too. Brent was a great teammate when I was with him. But Timmy Kirkostas. I'm gonna sample this. I'm gonna cut this video out and send it over to him as soon as I can, because the truth must be told. So, all right, Fraser saying that's why Dubas is making a 1 or 2 year contract so we can sign Matthews and Nylander in 2 years. I bet Nylander holds out again until he gets what he wants, and he should. Look, if a player thinks that they're entitled to the money, go right ahead. If the player is wrong, then GMs dump them. It's like when your girlfriend tells you, you're like, oh, I'm not mad at you. I didn't say we were talking. Like, every day I deal with drama with you. The Rangers are also good enough in place where they don't have to go all in for something. Depth is what wins in the playoffs. Look at what happened with the kid line. Kid line emerged as a good line, and the Rangers ended up winning a lot more games this year. Won the Cup in NHL 94, best game ever. Yeah. That was still back when, I believe, when you won the Cup, it just, as soon as 0 hit, you're just already holding the Stanley Cup and everybody's celebrating. Matthews will exceed McDavid's AAV, and then all hell will break loose. And again, I still thought all hell broke loose when McDavid signed that contract. Because as soon as McDavid signed that contract, everybody from Jack Eichel to Austin Matthews went, where's my money? But and by the way, D, there is your other big Carolina fan, as I said before. Sam Young is saying, when we get rid of the broken balls as an injury, they lost me. Last year's did have a good facial injury engine. I missed the past goals. Well, you know what? I also love, and one thing I didn't put into the video, I had it, I never put it in there, was the scene from Swingers when Vince Vaughn ends up injuring Wayne Gretzky and the blood on the ice. And yeah, that always sucked. If you lost a guy, I think it was NHL 92. If it was in a fight and the guy started bleeding, you lost him for the game. If it was an injury during a hit, you lost him for a period. So Tommy's saying, if I was Arizona and got the first overall pick next year, would that be good enough to trade for Austin Matthews? Tommy, absolutely no. Do not. Connor Bedard is worth it. You want to keep that. Now, is Connor Bedard able to sign Austin Matthews enough to make Austin Matthews sign an offer sheet? That would be interesting. Anybody ever play NHL 94 with the X-Band dial-up? Oh, no, I never did. Where you could play with people on the internet? No. My first time playing with people on the internet, I think, was Xbox Live on the 360. So, Bobby Goodish saying, I think Drury's done awesome so far. Svech had a bad contract year, but bounced back. So will Natchez. Marty Natchez is too good of a player now to bounce back. He's already fixed the worst move with Nemeth. Yes. And as Pete is saying, one of our contributors on BigAppleHockeyPodcast.com, which is McDavid AAV, created as a de facto cap for the rest of the league. And yes, actually, Pops is saying it. X-Band ruled. Wow. All right. See, for me, my online at that time was the 4-player thing where you could plug the 4-player adapter in there. That if I recall correctly, I had that for the TurboGrafx 16 before I had it for anything else. Flames need to get going on that new arena deal. It would engage a little more interest in free agents. That's right. It's not like the Flames don't draw. And it's not like the Flames aren't good enough to get people to listen. So we got that. All right. Oh, all right. So I'm trying to think if Wicked is still on. I don't think he is. We got 55 of you that are still watching me right now. If you're watching me, you have earned it. I don't even think we have Steven on right now. Yeah, white soda. Yeah, there you go. Oh, franchise mode was always great in any form of NHL, but as soon as they started doing it in the regular season with NHL 94, it was I was see, my problem is I'm such a geek and I'm able to crack their codes. I was able to figure out exactly how the Robo GM worked, and I would just trade. I would make such lopsided trades all the time. I'm like, that's rejected, that's rejected, that's rejected. That one worked. I got fired frequently. Oh man. All right, everybody, we got 58 right now on YouTube. And all right, so hold on before I go, because I have my friend Pete Mackin right here, our Carolina contributor. Pete, I do got to ask you, are you worried about Brent Burns signing or be turning 37 and becoming the anchor of that power play? Because we all know at 37, that's sort of the line of demarcation. Pretty bad. It's pretty wild how the wild band worked. The X band worked. All of those games had no. Yeah, that's right. I forgot all about that. So I have to stay on for Pete's comment because I just asked him a question. So by the way, again, 59 of you watching right now. If I didn't say it before, make sure you check out. Wait, hold on. Here we go. Pete's response: as long as Burns is with Slavin, I have no concerns. Oh yeah, and the Power Glove, the big star of. Actually, sorry, it was the second biggest star of the Fred Savage movie, The Wizard, because obviously the biggest star was the first time they showed Super Mario 3 in North America. But yeah, the Power Glove. I think I had that once because my cousin Jake he had everything. He had the Power Mat, which was all there. My biggest concern is the third pair, and you know how much I wanted Ian Cole to go to the New York Rangers. Guys, if you haven't liked us or shared us or get everything on, and we're back up to 64 people again. And this is the reason why we could talk all day. Hopefully, eventually, this will end up being us in the future. 65. We're actually gaining more people right now. Don't forget to make sure that you like and subscribe to our channel. And also use the promo code BAH to go to Manscaped and get 20% off and free shipping. And can't say enough about Manscaped, because if I ever get a date again, she'll be very happy with how clean I am down there. So, Rad Racer. Wow. There we go. So, you know what? We can just start talking about hockey video games and stuff. Like, thank you, Rick. Thank you. I always try, and we got Rich Rotten on the screen on the stream finally. Let's see the games that I mentioned on there. Everybody needs to go check them all out. Like Mutant League Hockey was a hell of a lot of fun. NHL Open Ice, obviously Blades of Steel. Blades of Steel, always huge. And I didn't want to get into any specifics when it came to certain franchises, because some of the franchises you could have a bunch of EA games, or the NHL EA games is number one. Number two, I still think 94 was amazing. And some of them, when they first did, everybody remember when you first did Be a Pro, and you would have to sit on the bench and watch the play unfold. And then it's so, I still don't understand how somebody went up to the programmers and went, what if we did a simulation and jumped past all that? Oh, what a great idea. We try to, we never try to discourage anybody from any other podcast though. So that's always a good thing. NHL 2003 was really good, Fanatic. And then, I mean, I think NHL 2004 was pretty good. But then it did 2005 with Marcus Naslund on the cover. Nobody remembers that one. And that was, like, I think the first one that had Given Goes in there. Burns does not have Carlson anymore. Frazier, you're right 100% on that one. Does it worry you about Pops? I'm going to answer that in 1 second, because again, by the way, that game is on that video. Because if you remember, go ahead. Check it out. That game's on the video. It was Arch Rivals. It was No Harm, No Foul. And then if you'll see the hockey spinoff on that one. So, but Pete, doesn't it worry you that Carolina doesn't have the center depth, or they got to rely on KK to be that good again? Rich, 1993, NHL 93 was the first time the one timer was introduced. And by the way, they also had that was the first year of the crowd meter. I knew there was another one that was in there. Oh, well, I mean, Jacob Slavin over Carlson. And just to let you know, everybody, stay tuned to us because Jacob Slavin will be coming on. And Tommy, right about that. The NHL soundtracks in the mid-2000s, the soundtracks for NHL, I think, were better than Madden. And I'll say it. They were real good. I can't believe how many times I burped and all I drank is just water. God, growing old is great. See, we are going to try to branch out and get more, because hockey's, especially YouTube, not only hockey is a community, YouTube is a community. So we'd love to try to get some other YouTubers that are on. We've had on the Glove Drop. We've had her on a couple different times. We had Tara on. She was fantastic. She was great to talk to. But by the way, Arch Rivals, I'm not sure if you had weapons, but but it was definitely Arch Rivals. Because again, check out the video. Trust me, it's 8 minutes of your lives, guys. It's not that much, and it is a fun video. Aho, Kakaniemi, Stahl, Natchez, Peterson could play some center too. Okay, we hope so. Let's see. 93 also had the blood on the ice after the injury, and actually 92 is the one that's still NHLPA 90. Huh? Wait a minute. Yeah, I thought it was NHLPA 92, but you might got me on that one, Ryan. I thought NHL 93 was because 94 is the one that had the Rangers winning the cup. So that's up on the year. Did they skip ahead a year? You know what? Now you got me wanting to check that. I got to check that out. Because I remember 93 was the year the Rangers missed the playoffs. So, and I remember NHL 93 is definitely the first one with both the Players Association and everything else in there. We had Michael Grabner. Oh, yeah. These are a list of some of our guests, by the way, that we've had on the show in the past. And, of course, Dave Pagnotta, who's always got an open invite to come on with us. And Michael Grabner, Ryan Miller, Ryan Clark, Darius Kasparaitis, Dan Rosen, Arthur Staple, Keith Jones. Keith Jones was a great interview. Ray Ferraro was a great interview, also because Ray Ferraro only had 20 minutes with us. And he stayed for half an hour. And we're like, oh, we'll let you go. But Ray Ferraro, by the way, Islander fans, he's got some great stories about his days with Flatley and Hogue. So you got to check that out. I mean, after all, we got a lot of stuff. We're going to be, I got to get working on the year in review video. I got a retrospective of Lisa on Ice that's coming on. One of my favorite Simpson episodes of all time. And, oh, wait, what you got right there? Anthony's got his connections. That's the best way to say it. I think he's actually putting that in there too. I like it that Anthony typed in or highlighted the All Things Rangers one. Sorry. Somebody put on, and we forgot about Marty Biron. Marty Biron was a lot of fun. I would love to have Marty Biron anytime. But I think Tkachuk isn't holding up the market right now. Actually, I think, well, Gaudreau signed. I guess he could be. I don't think so though. But See, there we go. There's the Big Apple hockey one that Anthony could have put up. And yeah, Marty Biron was a lot of fun. That was last year, and still more to come. As long as Rod Brindamore is coaching the Canes, they'll always be tough to play against. Rick, you're 100% right on that, because after all, that's who Rod Brindamore was. And that guy, I can't imagine a day he's not going to be involved with the Carolina Hurricanes. He loves being a Hurricane. You want to talk about one of the worst trades organization ever could make would be Keith Primeau for Rod Brindamore. And Rod Brindamore has been outstanding for them ever since. Yeah, Keith Primeau was good as a flyer, and he was still had a pretty good career. But man, Rod Brindamore has just fit Carolina like a glove. That was one of two trades, just two trades in general. That there was the Justin Williams trade that went to Carolina for Sammy Kapanen, and the Keith Primeau for Rod Brindamore. That really went a long way. Tell Slavin to mention Uncle Larry to his GM. Oh, nice. Oh, that is awesome. And by the way, Ryan P, 100%. Rob Wigan lost his shin guard. Hack the bone. Hack the bone. Eye of a tiger. Mouth of a teamster. Think of all the time I wasted on you. We probably could get Mike Milbury on the show, but man, the amount of abuse that guy would take. You know what? John Spano would be a good one. Actually, I would love to get Kevin Connolly on the show if we could possibly get that. Feel free, by the way, everybody, to put up a wish list so that way Anthony can pluck all these. 403. Do you remember when I was getting off at 2 o'clock? All right. I am actually going to sign off right now, guys. We have got a lot of stuff for this channel, not just guests and hockey talk, and there's still going to be a lot more coming. But there's a reason why we do this, and we're going to be an informative, entertaining, fun channel. Whether it's hell, just look at our draft coverage. It was Philk rattling off everybody that possibly that was getting drafted and giving you a prospect report off the top of his head. You had me get Josh Hosang on the show. Oh my God, the amount of stuff I said about Josh Hosang, that would be terrible. Yeah, we got an exciting endorsement coming with a New York Islander player. Stu Grimson would be a great one. Stu Grimson, from most feared NHL enforcer to child author, and Stu Grimson, he would be great. Bobby Sanguinetti. So we got that, and we have, and you had Anthony just running off on the phones, giving us all the inside information and everything going on behind the scenes. And in the meantime, I was breaking it down and turning it into a drinking game. So, which, by the way, it was good to have all the GMs in the room because I had to do 7 shots that night. All right. Yeah, can we boo Bettman? Rich Pilon would actually be pretty good. I would love to ask Rich Pilon about one of the times. Oh no, I think they're talking about. Oh, we're talking about who the. Yeah, it's a current Islander. It's a current Islander, and it's can't wait for it. But guys, we got a whole lot. We got a whole lot planned for you this year, and this channel is only growing thanks to you. And I can't say enough about this. So keep on watching us. Basically, we're always going to be every Wednesday unless we got news that breaks. I've been liking doing a video on the weekend every single week, a little bit edited, a little bit of jokes in there. One guy that I still can't believe, Alexander Georgiev. Can't believe that people are like projecting him to be a ¡1 goalie in fantasy next year. No. Although I do have to say, I was surprised when I found out that Ray Ferraro said that Hunter was just finishing a check, sort of a little bit dismissive about it. You'd have to go back on the interview and just hear him say that. So, and Andrew, first off, by the way, LFGM, And no, we're trying to get him. We're trying to get the endorsement on the podcast as well. Anthony's got his guys. You know what? He asked me, he's like, who's your favorite guest? I said, my favorite guest is the next one, because that's a great part. Because if we don't have anybody else, like we had Ryan Carter on, we were able to talk about his days with the New Jersey Devils, where he terrorized the Rangers in the 2012 playoffs, and also a lot about the Minnesota Wild, and looking forward to seeing more out of Kaprizov. The next guest is always the best guest. And if I do have a favorite guest that's in the past, just bring him right back on. We've had Dave Pagnotta on twice, and Pagnotta's always fantastic. He's great to talk to, and his voice is even deeper and more resonant than mine. So, especially when. All right. So anyway, guys, I'm going to sign off on here. It's 4:00 right now, Eastern. And I mean, hell, this isn't even one of the longest ones we've ever done. Phil and I usually can go for 5-6 hours when it's the two of us. So it is phenomenal. Thank you all for being with us. Yeah, I'd love for us to try to get the hockey guy, or even Kevin. Like I said before, Kevin Connolly would be great. Yeah, and yes, by the way, Anthony is right about that. We're going to be ready to go when the Matthew Tkachuk domino falls. If news is breaking, we'll be there. So, speaking about which, that leads into another parody song we have coming. Get ready for that one. If you haven't seen our parody song, look up "Bring On the Hockey Season," which was our parody of "We Didn't Start the Fire." It wasn't as good, but hey, Joey Coaster would be a good one too. Oh my, yeah, that's right. That's right. So I can't help to do that. But anyway, guys, thank you very much for joining us. 4 hours and 35 minutes, and just 3 hours after 15 more minutes. So thank you all very much for joining us. And we can't wait to do this again. And I'll see you soon. There's big news coming from us. Stay tuned.